What is up, ladies and gentlemen? We are just about ready to get started with some commentating. We've got a lot of games to get through today, kind of like yesterday, but I do believe we'll be going through more series, not as many, 8 map series or anything like that. Definitely something that we're going to be taking a look at soon. So we finished off the casting portion of yesterday's stream by looking at some Alexander versus Vilius games. And we still have 4 of those to go before we are good and done. And it looks like those are going to be maybe a bit on the shorter side from what I remember being told. So, yeah, just about right now, we are going to go ahead and pull those up momentarily and get started. Before I do, as I get the game ready, I'm going to give a shout out to yesterday we had Alexander, Three Crow, and I Am the Weed of God donate. So obviously that means that they get a little bit of a say in what we're casting, and that's why we're casting the Alexander games to start things off, why we ended last stream with them as well. But also, that's why we're going to be casting some God Week games after the Alexander ones. Three Crow hasn't played many games or put up any replays, but maybe if he has a vote later on today, we can also do that. That's, excuse me, fine by me. We should also be able to cast a game between Jimmy and Grass Eater. If it's not today, it should be tomorrow. Like, that looks like a really fun game to cast. So, who knows? Maybe that one will be satisfying enough for Three Crow that he'll feel like his dono went well. If you want to support the project, if you want to support the streams that we're doing, definitely head on over to streamlabs.com/Pronago. I will go ahead and post a link in the chat so you guys can go there yourself if you wish. Then we can start working on the very exciting time of building up our $50 a day goal. It's in theory, it's small money, but it makes a big impact, particularly for me and my ability to keep on gaming, keep on playing. So, as I'm just sort of navigating, I am using a new file explorer that Milestone recommended in the Discord server yesterday.
Zerg here.
Oh shit!
Twitch being weird with
We
this.
got Zerg here. Shambler just popped in with a Prime sub. I guess that is another thing you can do. You can go ahead and subscribe on Twitch, either with Prime or not. It shows up on my forehead, which is hilarious. I'll update that so it's even more on my forehead, and you guys can go there and do all of that. So, yeah, fun times, fun times. Let's get ready for Alexander versus Vilius. Vilius, our second known Lithuanian player, has been gaming. And yeah, we've got 4 games, like I mentioned. These are all on different maps, which is a little bit nice. Sometimes it's nice to really dig into one map and decide, okay, is it really worthy of Class 1 or Class 2 or whatever? In this particular case, we're going to end up seeing some cool stuff from a variety of maps, which is also pretty interesting. So yeah, forehead indeed. Thank you, Alexander and Three Crow and Godwy. And now the Shambler, who has sent in his Prime sub. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Vilius in the bottom left is our vivid red, no, vermilion Terran. The color should have been a giveaway on the name, I suppose. And Alexander in the top right. This is some bright-ass blue. This is is this Alice Blue? It is, Alice Blue Zerg. I very rarely see that color on Zerg. Hope you guys are excited for this one. Bio opener already for Vilius. And we've got, like I said, 4 games between these players. They are players who have maybe been, even trading neck and neck. Alexander should have won the game on Crisis Vector that we casted yesterday, but Reclaimers were online. So definitely something that he's going to have to think about as we get closer and closer to things. I'm really looking forward to showing you guys some more of the games on the new patch. Pool is already coming for Alexander. He has been trying to use the Lyrilisc, as well as, of course, the Tier 1 Ultra Core. I think what Zergs are realizing, though, is that it is actually something that requires a bit of investment in order to access. And even then, your throughput of being able to make them, it's heavily gated by the mineral cost of the Zoryustaleth, and the fact that you need to wait for those units to be made, and then wait for the Ultra Core to come out. So it requires a lot of prep. It requires a lot of, freedom on the map. And if you add a lot of pressure to the Zerg, they definitely don't have that freedom in spades. So let's see where things end up going on our journey today. Double stockade and an anchor. So very defensive, but also, like, you can see that he's stimming across the map here. I think Vilius is probably, like, his opener, I would definitely ignore the anchor in the future, because you're not really in that much danger. But if you want to play more conservatively, or, he's going to push it out over here onto the natural of Kingwa Valley here, there's a chance that he could maybe do something a little bit more cheeky. Oh, Alexander narrowly doesn't lose those Rilla Row cores. Timed life starts to tick down. Pop another stim on that Maverick and maybe see if you can't run him outside away from the Kagra. Gonna pop one of them, but he really should have been microing that a little bit more. The Rilla Row cores are free, but they do take a larva, so forcing Alexander to spend his money on something, or his larva on something else while floating a lot of money, that could end up baiting him into doing something like, you know, taking a hatch earlier than he intended, or in this case, he's going for a very early Zorkish Shroud before 10 workers. So just to put it into perspective, he's very, very low on workers, as a Zerg often is. There will be a Ministry on location here for the natural for Vilius, and he's very light on unit production. His Mason production is okay, could have more right now. One of the things he said in chat last night when we were casting some of his games is that he's a lot better at spending his money now. I think that that's something that you do just get better at over time. Like, it's hard to train yourself to think about and look at all of the things that you want to think about and look at in an RTS. But one of the things that you can always look at is your money. You know, you want to be looking at the minimap, you want to be looking at the money, and of course you want to be looking at like your actual base, what you got to do and stuff. But if you see your money go over, you know, 800 minerals or something like that, yeah, God forbid 1,000 minerals, you know, definitely a situation where, oh God, I got to spend my money. Just getting that into your head, just kind of drilling that in. Once you get to really high economy games with like 3-4 bases per player, without them mining out, of course, on Kingwa Valley, they are more likely to mine out around the 3rd base time. So I guess for Kingwa Valley, if we get to a 4-base spot in this game, then you'll know what I'm talking about. It's kind of hard to not float a lot of money. And then in that situation, you really need to upgrade your economy. Unfortunately, Vilius has lifted his Ministry. So just needed to get the quarry out, you know. A pair of Zethar cores get sacrificed at the altar of scouting. Alexander confirms that there's bio out there on the map in more force than just the one. And it looks like he's going to go ahead and once again, in my opinion, kind of over-index on anti-drop defense. If you're worried about scouting, make an Ovaleth. Fly it in, you know. That would be my advice. The quarry is on the way. I don't like putting the quarry on the Ministry because it stops you from being able to make Masons from it. And you can see Vilius isn't making Masons, even from the Ministry that he can do Masons from. He wants to make a ridiculous number of treasuries, but that is going to slow down his worker production quite a bit. And Alexander is caught up, partially as a result of being Zerg, but partially as a result of Vilius not really being on the ball. So, especially since this particular treasury could have made the quarry, not really any reason to make the quarry off this Ministry. You could just keep making Masons. Some Cyprians are starting up. Again, the army size is really, really low here. I guess that might be why Vilius wanted to go for the anchor as well. And Alexander will finally get his own expansion up and running here in a moment. In a moment, there you go. He's made the Shroud and one Zoryus, but that's about it, right? So not really using that tech just yet. And not really in a position to bust this minimal defense that we have. A second anchor coming up for the Cyprians, most likely. Yeah, Shopkeeper Dog in the chat saying two Ministry, or 2 Stockade, and then 4 Treasury. Yeah, that's essentially what Vilius is all about right now. He's going to go ahead and harvest from this 3rd base. The problem is he's not saturated at his natural by any means, and he's only barely saturated in his main base as well, for that matter. So, could be doing a little bit more there. Making 4 Taluses, though, and now a Star Pad. Seems like his air defense move, you know, Alexander's anti-drop defenses over here. It's funny, because if you just made a couple of Wraiths, that would make this a bit more obnoxious, although there are still a lot of units back at home. Alexander has hit the moment in his AI script where he attack adds 2 Zethar cores. He's going to go ahead and send those out, and they will also die. Maybe he'll scout them out, you know, at the 3rd base. Maybe he'll see these Taluses in full force. Think about maybe making some Nathra cores or something. I actually really like the Watchdog here. If you have like a couple of those in a few places around this ledge, you can defend from things like the Nathra core swarms. Pretty neat. Unfortunately, Alexander does not spot that that's what's happening. He does help me spot what looks like a broken tile, though. Shout out, Bitty Bee Tiles. 4 Stockades is going to be the next count that we get up to, and a Vestry add-on for clerics and shamans and the like. That's kind of interesting. I do feel like Alexander's been okay on the worker production for some time, and then he just sort of forgot about it. And also, he's got no workers over here, and he's using the ones that he does have to... It looked like he was about to make some static defense with them. His military count is definitely high, but remember that a lot of these are pool units that can get overwhelmed easily enough. My big problem here is that Vilius has once again decided to make so many workers that cannot assist in the defense. I guess they could try to repair the anchors, but the reaction time is probably not going to be there. Not a slight against Vilius. You'd have to kind of preemptively move them there. And he's making a Valkyrie, which is hilarious, I swear. I don't know. Maybe he's like, I must defend from the Nathrakors that will come and attack my Taluses. And then Alexander just storms the front gates and annihilates them. That feels like what we're about to witness, guys. This is way too much Zerg. And the Mavericks didn't stim until they were mostly already dead. So a bit of an unceremonious execution of Sir Vilius here, as he is just going to get thoroughly overwhelmed. And we once again have an Alexander highlight reel going because, I mean, he's making Ahmeds, but GG has to be called. He has no other combat units. That is a wrap. And Alexander doesn't type GG back all the time, so he's going to wait. He'll wait for the GG to be typed back, and then he'll leave, maybe. Oh, you made a Valkyrie. You can't win now. Flee. Flee from the Valkyrie. All right, there you go. Yeah, 6 worker production that early is definitely a bold choice, and one that I think Vilius now recognizes he can't quite do again. All right. Well, Alexander will take that game. The one game so far that Vilius has been able to score has been a match on Crisis Vector where he just got a lot of Reclaimers up. So I'm just going to point that one out there. I'm just going to mention that one. And then I'm going to get the Twitch Gamba going. Need to push some stuff around here. There we go. All right. Archons. Hey, what's up, 3Crow? What's up, Jimmy? Suicide drone passive? Active? Oh, I see what he's saying. I'm not going to respond to that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start up the Gamba for you guys and get into the next game. Vilius in the bottom left of Check Stealer. Very exciting map. It's a port of Kickback. He seems to be Vine Green. Yeah, Vine Green Terran. And in the top right, we have Alexander as the Blood Zerg. So cross spawns on Check Stealer is always interesting. It is time to crack open a cold one with the homies. All the people who support the stream, I do appreciate you. And I appreciate Alexander, not just for supporting the stream, but the fact that the Quazeth pool is coming up, he's really sticking to it. He's really sticking to it. Yeah, if I drink Monster, it's almost always the white one. Sometimes I'll try the pink. Let me try to think about the other monsters I've drank recently. Oh, there's like a light blue? That's all right. I like a little bit of variety. I could drink the same thing over and over again, but I don't always want to. Hey, a little bit of a change up here for Alexander. He's going to go ahead and fast expand. He doesn't know he's cross spawns, but, you know, that's good. As for this one, this is a peach mango drink. It is not a monster. Canned caffeine enthusiasts might be able to figure out which one it is. Well, Vilius is doing something pretty greedy as well. Fast Treasury after a Fulcrum and the Quarry. So 13 workers is where he'll be for maybe about a minute. It takes like 40 seconds, I think, to make the Quarry. And then obviously you got to wait for your first worker out of there. So it's like 55 seconds delay on his next Mason. And while he does that, why stop there? Give me another treasury. This build is hit 'em up approved. Shop dog approved. Vornath Pond and a macro hatch here for Alexander. So they are both deciding to be very greedy right about now. There's Rilla Rokors out. There will be a pair of Zeths soon. In steadier hands, I would actually say the Vulture would be really dangerous here because you can just ignore the real... You can just stand over here, right? And like do a patrol micro, or not patrol micro in Cosmonarchy, but moving shot back and forth kiting to attack the workers and deny mining on the south side. And the Rilla Rokors can't go off the Kagra. It's a little bit less risky now with that extra hatch, but It's pretty similar. Will Vilius even bother is the question. Oh, he's actually going to dive forward and try to get a couple of worker kills here. Oh, he got a good stun off. Yeah, okay. All right. I dig it. He's not actually killing any workers, but I still dig it. I respect what he's up to. I don't 400 minerals and nothing in the in the production tab. There you go. He's got his treasure. He's making taluses. Let's go, boys. Terran supremacy. He even bopped the Zeth moving in the bottom left. And I don't know if Alexander quite noticed it. So the Riddler Rocors are slowly being slapped around. Looks like that Vulture has lost interest, though. He laid 2 mines there, and he had 1 left for this little move over there. Shambler talking about the IQ subtraction field that hit him up projects. Yeah, it's a little bit... Oh my god! How many treasuries does one man need? Especially with so many taluses idle. It's just... I don't have enough money yet. Make more. Yeah, it's literally 1 military production. He's got 3 combat units. One of them isn't even at home. He's gonna have 5 treasuries and a ministry. This is wild. You might not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. This man really likes workers. My only question is, what does he do when he has all of the money? You know what I mean? Like, how does he do anything about that? Alexander's going for his 5th Hatcherosk, thinking, I've got a lot of hatches. Meanwhile, motherfucker's got 5 treasuries. Like, I beat you there, buddy. Only now am I adding a 2nd military production facility. He is definitely going to make more treasuries. I agree. I like how he could have killed the Seth and stopped the mines, and he's like, no, that would defeat the purpose of the mines. His military has grown so slowly in this game. But don't worry, Alexander's got a double circuit. Everything is fine. Everything is exactly as we hoped it would be. Yes. I don't need more military units. I need better military units. Create the Palladium and make another treasury at 6 o'clock. It is my decree. Terran players just want one thing, and it's fucking disgusting. He's got so many treasuries. He's got so many taluses. See ya. Well, I think Alexander has once again made a lot of combat units. Like, does Vilius just, like, not... I wonder what Vilius thinks, honestly. He's making a 2nd star pad. Maybe he'll make more Valkyries. I mean, we already have the Calcure Lake up. So those Apex Lyrilisks are on the way. We got a couple of them already. He's making Valkyries. Don't ask me why. He's just gonna get killed again. We were watching a man get deleted by basic Zerg attacks. His Phalanxes will finish, but there's way too many Zerg for 2 Phalanxes to make a difference. He's got 56 workers, dude. It's a damn good thing Taluses can't attack, because otherwise he would have the biggest military known to mankind. Alright, let's see if the aura of Vilius's phalanxes are enough to dissuade Alexander from attacking in. And so far, it's been a very inefficient fight as he's chasing after 6 o'clock with mostly units that can't attack air. Now, there is a little bit of a slight splash. Oh, these could still be canceled if he wanted to. Looks like he maybe doesn't. He's too busy thinking about taluses and treasuries. And Valkyries. Why does he make Valkyries? I'm so confused. That just adds to the humor to me, you know what I mean? Like, what What is the thought process? Okay, now an Anseal's coming. Third Fulcrum. All right, stonks. Dude. Alexander's making a Hydra Thin. He needs backup. He needs something that can deal with all these Talos. This is a good game. This is a good game of Cosmonarchy. He's deployed on top of his mines like, fuck it, dude. He needs more vultures. He needs more mines. But let's be real. He needs more everything except for treasuries and Taloses. I don't think he needs any more of those, but he does need more military. Okay, he's heard me. Making vultures. Needed more mines. Recognizing the mine coverage was very helpful last round. Oh, yeah, tier 2. A good choice. Ignore my 2,000 minerals. He's got an Anseal over here. I guess that could help out. There's so many Zerg units, dude. The Lyrilis count is pretty good. We're talking about a dozen Lyrilisks. Very solid. Yeah, if he consolidates all of his Talos in one location, he will definitely do a lot. Now, this little stagger from Alexander is potentially the wrong move. There's still a lot of phalanxes here, but there's the mine hits that I was worried about, that I predicted. All of the phalanxes stunned and hoisted by their own petard. And this is with most of Alexander's army. If somehow this gets held, it's a different story. But yeah, the phalanxes just get annihilated. And he's making 3 more, but it's going to be a while before they're done. So, despite all my Talos, I am still just a dead Terran. Help. There you go. That's the song. Talos. More like Talos. Alexander wins again. This is a real issue. Why do the Masons not fly? Then they wouldn't get attacked by Zethrakors. Oh, the Valkyries have a use! Yes! They've killed an Ovoleth and they're chasing down another. I don't know why the Phalanxes were all the way over here, by the way. Oh, he's building over here. He's got his tier 2 finish. He's adding captain. The colonization, it continues. And he's making 10 senders. I don't know where. Is he making them over here? Yeah, 10 senders mixed in. Dude, holy shit. Maybe he still has a chance. He can make reclaimers out of those captaincies. Valkyries trying their best to tickle an Ovoleth to death. I actually just got an idea to fix this kind of interaction. I can make it so that they have the weapon range that they have, but the missiles technically travel farther. And then I'll just, like, update the... Like, I'll gimmick update the weapon range on the tooltip so it actually shows the correct range. That way, when they fire, it'll, like, travel for longer. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? All right, you've got captaincies. You have no units, but you've got captaincies. Oh, my God. Please make a unit. No, you're being discovered. Your Mason leads you to agony and defeat. At least you can put him in the 10 sender. Oh, he's only now building madcaps. Don't worry, his Valkyries are in control. Got it. Let's lift it off and put it into the... Yes, repair the 10 sender. It is required. All right, so we have a backup. Get into the 10 sender. Yes, there's a third one. I didn't even see this one. Perfect. He may live yet. Talos 10 sender. Assemble. He needs another round of madcaps in that other 10 sender. Otherwise, he's toast. No, repair the 10 sender. You need it. It is your instrument of victory. Oh, my God. His treasuries are defeated. He produces the Olympian, the 10 sender. It lands closer in a desperate bid to keep him alive, but the Lyrilisks, their anti-air attack, it annihilates the Talos. It devastates the Talos. All right, here the Olympians are. Desperately trying to enter into the 10 sender, but they all die. There's more Talos where that came from. Oh my God. What a disaster. Alexander posts another dub. Man, Vilius looked so much better before making before making treasuries. Vilius looked like a class 3 player. This is what treasuries and Talos do to a man. I didn't nerf Terran, but I did nerf Vilius. That's so wild to me. My God. What's up, Arda Turtle? What's up, Neutron? I saw 3Crow earlier talking about Celsius. Celsius is alright. I haven't had it in a while. Oh my God, it's Hamster! Jimmy! You must donate to Fraud No Go. That wasn't me, that was Hamster. I was just reading his message in his voice. Alright, we have 2 more games. This time we're going to go to Monolith, a Shambler map. First time I'll be seeing it. GLHF's exchanged. I feel like that's the first time I've seen the GLHF's exchanged, actually. This is Vilius in the bottom right as Dark Spring Green. No, just regular Dark Green. The little hint of shade on the Ministry made me think otherwise. And we've got Alexander in the top right, rocking the cyan color. He is Zerg here. And Alexander has been owning. Even the game that Vilius won, Alexander should have won. So just to put that into perspective. This seems like a busted tile. I don't know why he couldn't see up down there otherwise. So, Vilius is under the pump. He just won't stop making treasuries, guys. He refuses to. He refuses to. But we have a hatch first out of Alexander. So, okay, we're doing something. We're doing something. Guys, if you're enjoying what you just witnessed and the absolute insanity of Vilius making 6 treasuries on 1 fulcrum, well, 5 treasuries. He had his ministry. So 6 worker production with 1 fulcrum. Streamlabs.com/Protogo. I think we need to get some 3s in the mix after that game. That was wild. Double stockade opener now for Vilius. Oh, also, I should set up the Gamba. I forgot about that. Let's do this. It was an Alexander dub. And then we go to redoing it. There you go. Gamba back up. Arda Turtle was asking about his Thraitholeth. Yeah, you can, the Defiler. You can still make that at tier 2. You just evolve the Queen Nest, the Matravel Nest, and then you're good to go. What do we got? Almake's Enter doesn't fit the Zerg naming rule. We need to decide how to rename it. Oh, because it, yeah, there's it unlocks different units, right? It unlocks the Akistra Core. It used to unlock the Almaxolith. That's why it was called that. So now it unlocks the Akistra Core, the Tetkera Core, and the Estratholeth. So I'll think about that. Thank you for reminding me. Devastated. I don't know what I don't know what an Artosis move is. Is it gambling? Is it making 6 treasuries on 1 fulcrum? Like, the perfect part about that is that it could be anything. You know what I mean? Now, this I like. I like Ahmed. I like the fact that he is making, like, he's actually going to drop 7 Harakans on Alexander's face. Holy moly. And look, there's the double circuit. He scouted it out earlier, right? I didn't hallucinate that. I'm pretty sure I heard the sound of it attacking earlier, but honestly, I feel like I've walked into a fever dream of a series. I think he can absolutely just shut this base down. The circuit doesn't reach very far, so you can kill all these, kill the hatch, maybe kill the pool. I love it. What if the Gathos could morph into the Overnine and produce 2 egg per oxal larva? Oh, you're saying like some kind of souped up version, yeah. Because I was talking about infrastructure earlier, so that might be good. All right, the Ahmed drop arriveth, and Alexander walks into it. He's lost every worker. He might lose the circuit. All right, he hasn't lost every work. He's like, hold on, just give me time, buddy. Oh! All right, now he's lost every worker. Yeah. So he does have 7 workers over here. But I think it's safe to say that this is a pretty big advantage. Now, there are more Harakans coming. The drop was definitely a great success. Meanwhile, we've got one Ahmed and the Trojan just like, whee! As he leaves. He should go back and get some more brothers. Brother! You cannot harvest resources, brother. Honestly, I have no idea. Like, what? Like, this is a move that he did because he didn't make mass treasury on one base, and he's owning. He is devastating Alexander right now. He's not spending his money, but he is owning still. Oh my god, it's a brutality. It's a fatality. Everything's on fire and I am dead. The Alexander story. Now, again, he didn't spend his money, so he doesn't have any Harakans back at home. He doesn't have, like, 8 stockades producing Harakans and 2 star pads producing Trojans. But he could. He could have that. My boy. Now, the worst thing that you can do in this situation is try to, like, expand a bunch as Vilius. I know. This is a bizarre game. This is taking me back to, like, the OG days before people knew really anything. You know what I mean, guys? This is like a year 1, maybe early year 2 replay. And we're... Well, I guess I mean like year 0, early year 1. Because technically there was another year before we started counting the competitive years. Because we didn't do Ascension until 1 year into like having competitive replays or whatever. I think? Maybe I'm wrong about that. Anyway, bottom line is... Oh, look at that Fate! He came in with 1, and then he unloaded with another. More workers dead. It's a massacre, dude. He could be more efficient with this, too, but, you know. He's like, wait, you still have workers. I have more Harakan that can attack your worker. He's just killing the Shuriken instead. He's like, yeah, whatever. Oh, he still got 1! Collateral damage! He's got 0 minerals! All right, good positioning at least. He'll kind of bop that one. Oh, no, he's still... Good reaction from Vilius, I guess. Yeah, this is what you don't want to do. Also, what the fuck is this base? But you don't want to do this. Yeah, okay. You don't want to continue playing that game. That's another one. Hey, look at that. Vilius posts a second dub, and that one was absolutely earned. Well-deserved. He could actually end this series with way more. Way more than you think. Yeah, Vilius could own. He could do that again, and then Alexander would be in shambles. All right, let's see. We got one more game between these two. And for this, we go to Near Impact. Vilius is in the top left as our red. No, vivid red, Terran. And Alexander is in the bottom right as our... Ooh. Sunglow. Sunglow Zerg. It's been a hot minute since I've seen that color, and it was one of my favorites always. Yeah, sorry, Neuchern. Sorry. You didn't... You did not bet on the man. Maybe you'll do that now that you can. Man, this series really delivered. Like, that first game I thought was kind of unfortunate because it just kind of ended. But it really flavored the experience of Czech Stealer. And then that game was Ahmed. Now, Hydrath unlocks the Hydra and the Izira core. And you want to know why? It's because I was not going to name it the Hydrizzi Den. I would never hear the end of it if you could walk in and say, look, you gotta build the Hydrizzi. It would be over, dude. I would be laughed out of the hood. Hydrith is fine. Hydrith is intentional. No, don't say that, Jimmy. I'm going to ban you. What's up, Arbuz? How are you? So pool into double Larvosk here for Alexander. Or I think it was like Larvosk, pool Larvosk. And it's a double Fulcrum mech opener with lots of vultures in tow, I'm sure. This looks like a much more standard play out of Ilias. I think when he plays offensively, the Hurakan stuff was not standard. But if he plays offensively, I do think he ends up much better than his treasury spam. The treasury spam is fun in FFAs and team games probably, but I don't think it works out too well. All right, you got 2 mines. All right, there goes one. Not being targeted down. Oh, he's going to get stunned. Can't believe he would do that. You don't get body blocked by Rillarokors, by the way, so the fact that he just kind of let that die is definitely unfortunate and unnecessary and condemnable. Circuith going down in the natural. This is still a win for Vilius because Alexander shouldn't be wasting workers on this, but of course he is. So he's actually making 3 static defense structures before 3 minutes. Like, just to put it into perspective, that's basically 3 dead workers, right? So you can think of that vulture as having killed 3 workers. Now, there is a treasury and there is a quarry, but surely this means he has to make some other units and production structures. Surely that's what this means. Never mind. I don't know why I said that. Yep. Forget I said anything, guys. I can't believe people are hydrizzing in my chat. But I will hydrate. Eh? I refuse to hydriz. Oh, no mines were laid in this universe. Oh, he might actually just swoop on in. Never mind. Yeah, you scout that much static defense and you're like, what the fuck? All right, anchor down. Still no vultures. Still no units at all. Okay, 1 Goliath. I do think that Vilius and not only Vilius, like, there are players who just kind of try to do a bunch of things at once and don't have the money for it. So, Vilius is trying to, sort of trying to scale his army for a defense, and he's trying to expand, and he's trying to take a 3rd with Taluses, and he's trying to, well, I assume he's going to try to tech up based on the money he's banking, but I could be wrong about that. So it just feels like there's way too much going on for this kind of thing. You want to be a bit more focused. You can try to do like 2 things at once, I think. You know, attack and expand, or build up defense force and tech, you know, turtle and tech, that kind of thing, right? But I think this is a bit much. What up, Dog Lived? Welcome. Zorka Shroud here, coming up. Yeah, this is definitely oh my god, I've been Ahmed dropped Circuith arrangement. People are laughing at Vilius treasuries. All we need is a pro Terran to enjoy Cosmonarchy enough to start doing mass treasury. That's such a foreign, like, concept, I feel like. And again, he has no defense to stop this attack, so... Yeah, cancel. Fly away. He could fly to the islands. This is a map where you actually have support for this sort of thing, but maybe he doesn't know that yet. I really like Kasuga's 1-gate expand for PvZ, and I think Nabwime tried it PvT. I think it has legs as well, but I just think stuff like that can be really useful, so... You'd probably open 2 gate and then cancel second gate for Nexus if you scout that it's like not mech. If you scout it's mech, then you just kind of play normally, right? Or maybe it's like 1 gate, 1 lattice. Cancel lattice for Nexus. No! Why would you walk into the light, Cyclops? Oh, he's figured it out! He knows! He knows! Beautiful. Alright, Palladium coming down, 3rd Fulcrum. The thing is, he's got so much money, but his production is scaling so slowly. He really could have, like, 5 more Fulcrums down. And still have enough money to make his workers and make his combat units. Got some Vorvicors on the way. Do we have a Calculator Lake yet? Not on the way. Alexander almost has enough money for it. If that's what he's going for. Making a lot of Vorvs. His worker count's kind of low, and his efficiency's a little bit less, but not really a huge deal. Harvesting from the ridges. You can build the sieves on there, I'm pretty sure. Ah, yes, he just needs 10,000 minerals. Well, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Vilius lost. Biggest production tab I've ever seen. Will it help him? No. If his Phalanx was deployed all the way back here, I could see a world where something different could happen, but the Vultures are just going to end up dying. They're not getting any mines off. Maybe Alexander can hesitate long enough for it to matter, but yeah, the Phalanx isn't going to get another shot. Oh, it is! He gets 1 more shot off, but it doesn't end up being the most impactful one. He could try to send his Vultures into the anchor, but I don't know that it would matter too much. It's going to die immediately. Yeah, he's trying to defend all this with Mass Vault. And again, he just has way too little military. Common theme here for Vilius. Still has way more workers than his opponent, and that probably won't change before the GG is called, but Vulture stack counting up, Mason's getting active. Kind of soaking up a lot of the attention there. No more military units on the way. I guess they're just leaving the choke now. He's repairing the treasury, trying to keep himself alive there. And finally, Vilius has lost enough workers to be behind. He still has more money than Alexander. Put that into perspective. Wild. Yeah, kill the quarry, please. Yeah, Sausage is not wrong. All right, ready for wave 2? No Phalanx here. That would definitely help out. If he could have afforded it, but he went for Vultures instead. Even Cyclops might have actually cleaned this up thinking about it because of the cliff advantage, but it is not to be. I'd like to tell you that this game was close, but at the end of the day, Alexander stands tall. 5 wins to 2 losses. GG is called, and that is a wrap. Yeah, Madrigals also would have been a good choice. So many things could have been good. Instead, that man chose Talos. Money over life, apparently. But enough about politics. Got him. Yeah, alternatively, Infinity Zeth hold. All right, so that was an interesting series of events. All right, what did we say we were casting next? Ah, yes. All right. I am told that this replay works, so this is going to be a good one. Good, in air quotes. Give me a moment to arrange the overlay for everybody at home so that everybody can watch along and be informed. So we're going to be casting a 2 versus 2. And boy, is it a good one. I will never financially recover from this. Okay, so this is... okay, I think we're ready to go then. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a 2 versus 2 match. I hope you guys are ready for this one, because it is going to be a very, very interesting one. It is on Iron Forge, a Shambler map, and we have 4 participants here, as is required. Looks like this is Cannoli's replay, so we will get top teams chat, but just keep in mind, this is going to be a very silly round. My only stipulation is that every time we see a Quaseth pool take fatal damage, somebody must donate. We all agree? Good. Streamlabs.com/Portico. Cannoli in the top left is our Pumpkin Zerg. Allied with Vilius in the top right is our Ultramarine Terran, who is going bio. Oh, sometimes Vilius will be responding to voice chat. We don't have voice chat, obviously. That's just a thing. So keep that in mind. Arbuz in the bottom left is our Alice Blue Protoss. And Godwheat in the bottom right is our Tyrian Purple Zerg. 100% color guess accuracy in the 2v2, because I'm good like that. Now, we don't have any tech structure just yet for Cannoli. He's going 1 full Larvosk before making a tech structure. Vilius adding his second Stockade. We've got 2 gates as the opener here for Arbuz Budesh. And in the bottom right, we have, of course, a Quaseth pool. It is a Shroud opener. Okay. Cannoli going to be playing a more supportive role while the bio ends up doing everything. But let's be real, this is Vilius. I expect the treasury soon. And a quarry. As he tries to hunt down the scribe. Looks like he will finally get it. Boom. I like that he's rallying his Mavericks up there, even though the path to the enemy is through the middle of the map. Sure, why not? We do have a hatch coming down here in the bottom right. Have no fear. If you come from other RTS games, Starcraft 1, Starcraft 2, you might have known in team games that the creep is a big problem. Well, in Cosmonarchy, Allied Kagra, which is what we call creep, is buildable. So, yeah. You will actually have Arbuz be able to make a Nexus there if he wants to. Hell, he could just let the Zerg build the hatch and then send workers there, because you can return resources for yourself to your allies' town center. 8 Zephyrcores are on the way, but I think they'll be caught by the vision of the Mason making the star pad. But we will find out shortly. They are wrapping all the way around, paradoxically, to where Vilius has the back door locked and loaded. There's still no combat units yet for Cannoli. He's making 2 Lakas. That's it. Arbuz moving in with a couple of units. We've got Zephyrcores wrapping all the way around only to leave. I don't know why. And a Trojan has started for Vilius, while his front gate is now under attack by both players. So you are going to have those Lakas come out. Sim Mavericks are not... they're kind of left all the way on their lonesome. If those Hurricanes weren't off to the side, they'd have a really, really big advantage there. Now they're not even going to bother. Those Zephyrcores were peppered down by the Mavericks earlier. So you absolutely could not have the Lakas attack them. They just all exploded immediately. And a bit of an unforced error that Hierophant is brought down so low, but it should escape. Meanwhile, Godwheat moves over to the bottom left, and he doesn't kill a single worker. Gets pretty close, but no cigar. Poor guy. Drop loaded up here for Vilius, while we do have a Hydrathen starting for our Zerg player in the top, Cannoli. Double Grand Library, 1 Atreus, 1 Cantavis on the way. And Zorius and Lakis are charging down the middle while Vilius prepares his drop. Where's he going? Well, we're about to find out. That Hierophant is very weak, remember. There's the Lakis burrowing, and that is going to be 1 dead Strider in a moment. Ooh, narrowly escapes. Meanwhile, the drop hits, and that's a lot of dead workers for Godweed. He doesn't have too many workers. He's got 4 in his natural as he tries to head on over there. And now they go after the pool. You guys better pay up, because this pool is going down in a big way. The Quaseth pool will not be alive any longer. The Quasilisks doing their best, and that is a wrap. I can't believe Godweed just lost his pool like that. Can you believe that? What a prediction from me. Brother Rokor is slowing down the Atreus DPS quite a bit. That Hierophant will still not quite fall yet, although it's pretty close. A little bit of support never hurt nobody. But that's a lot of dead workers. Godweed has 7 workers, and he is remaking his pool in his natural. Surely more safe. And we have a ministry. Wow, not a treasury from Vilius. Holy moly. He has learned. This game was played, I believe, on the 10th. So 2 days ago. A bit more current than the games against Alexander. Very nice, very nice. 6 quads drop in response. Godweed trying to make himself useful, despite his low eco. Ulgord Cavern already on the way for Cannoli. So that's scary. I like that he just unloaded a few of them. He's just, he's not sure what to do. Now, there is a Trojan full of bio. There's a lot of Rilla Rokors. Yeah, I don't have money to make anything else. I might as well make Rilla Rokors. By the way, he needs workers so desperately, but he still doesn't have any. All right, the Rilla Rokors are trying to fight back, but they are failing. All of the bio units are still alive, I think, except for a Maverick and a Hurakan. And now he unloads the Quaz. Well, I would think so. I don't know what Arbuz is doing over there. I feel like the map must have confused people. We got a lot of Gorger cores being made, by the way. The Cannoli still on 1 base is anybody surprised? I guess you'd think that he's going to go for like a hatch first, because that's Cannoli style, but he's being cheesy. Hey! Cantavis drop from the Ovaleth. Very nice. Godweed doesn't know what to do about that. Meanwhile, the Gorger cores. How many dead workers will there be? Oh no, the drop is hitting again. A lot of dead workers, apparently. Wait, here we go. Hey! Dead workers. It's a worker massacre. Oh my god, all the scribes are dead. By the way, I did not buff Gorgs when they moved over to the old Gorg. They're just the same Gorg that they were, so it's not like they kill workers faster or something. He's just chilling. There we go. Do it again. That's pretty good, man. Oh! Pay up! More pool death! How did that happen? The Hurakan sniped the pool. I can't believe it. Godweed in the chat. He knows. He knows what's happening. This is why he donated. You're floating. I can't believe Vilius, of all players, said that, dude. Well, the Ovaleth is dead, and Cantavis with it. The reason why Vilius isn't floating is all his workers died. Oh, he's got another Trojan with bio in here. I think there's enough quads here to maybe push this back. They do have to split, though. And the workers should burrow. There they go. Godweed will riposte this assault for now. It looks like Vilius just remembered that he's got the drop ability. He's gonna... No, I thought he was gonna unload the Hurakans to help out the Gorg, but it was not to be. He's unloading over here instead. There are some Wardens out, but actually, I think one of them should go down here. He's just killing the workers. That's fine, too. That Warden probably should have been killed. It's very, very brittle now. And look at this, 12 Mavericks rolling in. Atreus, Zorius. Oh, there's a big army for Cannoli. Not another pool! Dude, somebody's gonna have to pay 3 times now. This is outrageous. Vilius is on tier 2, making captaincies. And Arbus' army getting wiped by the Zorius Hydrobactyl. The workers once again getting bopped. Thankfully, these quads were made earlier. Oh my god, it's a massacre. God, wait, down to 9 workers. I can't believe it. I can't believe what I'm watching. What does Vilius even have? Oh, he's making his captaincies all the way up here. And his Atlas all the way up here, too. Well, unless Arbus has something I'm not aware of. Oh, he's got 2 Cantavas coming. Maybe that can help with this? I don't know. This looks like the bottom team is pretty dead. Godweed still has no pool. He's just trying to make workers. Neutron, I can't believe you would say that about Cannoli when he has this much money in the bank. Well, advanced bio coming up, but the Cantavas are done. Maybe Arbus can do something about this big attack. Engram definitely helping out. Surely it'll go down at some point. Oh, there's a drop from the double Ovaleth from those leftover quads. Wipes out the entire worker line in Vilius' main. That will definitely help manage him. You can see the Cantavas are going down, unfortunately, for Arbus. But a lot of the Bactyls are gone. The Engram finally collapses. Atreus is trying their best. Being held at an arm's length. Oh, going after the Trojans. Not bad. Fortunately, we'll end up escaping. I mean, we got 1 base here for Arbus still. The worker count is so damn low. For Vilius as well. Cannoli's got the only one with a functional worker count at this point. Resetting the Nexus. Micro and the Atreuses. Arbus staying alive just barely. Another drop is here, but Vilius forgot about it, you know? Oh, the pool got remade. All right, pool number 4, by the way. Oh my god. Dude, if we get $10 for every pool that goes down, we would already be halfway over the donation goal. We do know that Vilius likes his drops, and we also know that he likes his reclaimers. Oh, Mavericks are going to go ahead and unload here. Pretty good harassment. God, we back up to 20 workers. Not bad. Looks like maybe he'll hold this drop. Oh, he's going after the pool. What a cheek. Not enough DPS, yeah. Needed a Huracan or something. Rend the armor. Holy shit. Well, I hope you're okay, Godwheat. Pressure washer exploding. It just couldn't handle the pressure. No casualties, please. Another quaz drop. There's not as many workers to kill over here. I wonder why. Godweed has more workers than Vilius and Arbus. He almost has as many as Cannoli, but there's Gorgs here. How can you possibly deal with that? 16 Gorgacores will absolutely annihilate 25 Quaz. But the Atreuses are on the way, and the Cantavas is here for Hallucinate if it needs it. No, the pool! $40! Well, he's making a Hydrothin now, so he won't be entirely helpless. Here comes the Gorgs again. Oh my god. The Reclaimers have arrived. Olympians and an Autocrat. And 1 Madcap. Dude, this is the hit squad of Terran right here. Oh, they're penetrating all the Quaz. Oh, he got bopped by the Atreus. They fucking rose from the muck, boys. Do we have anything else happening? A Cantavas drop here for Arbus. I was going to say, is there anything on the other side of the map that's going down right now? To try to counter all this damage that's being dealt. Not as successful as the first drop. He's being bullied. The workers defend the hive. And the Gorgorgors avenge the hive. Hi. Oh my god. I can't believe this, dude. How is this possible? Keck W. Yeah, I would say so. Oh, he saves it at the last minute! That is wild. That was almost $50. Well, there is a rogue gallery coming. I wonder what for. Does he want Charlatan? Probably. He wants to clone all of the damage to the... Oh my god. I really respect the idea, but... Oh my god. Not very useful to have a 1 HP Olympian, but better than not having an Olympian. Alright, third base for Vilius. Third base already up and running for Cannoli. We've got just 2 bases for Arbuz and just 2 bases for Godwheat, so economically, top team definitely ahead. There's a lot of Skither cores now as well, just in case Godwheat was going for, like, Skiths for his own air, anti-air. Ironically, what he needs, he's making a redundancy pool. That's amazing. Third base now for Arbuz coming up. What Godwheat needs is an evolved pool all the way. Then make Mass Lyra. You can do a lot with Mass Lyra. I know that the armor for the Gorg would reduce a lot of the damage, but that can also be dealt with. I guess Lyra Vith wouldn't suck, but that's 2 Apex nodes, so I'm not sure. Oh, 3 Olympians down the drain. Fast response time of those Hydras would have made it a kind of a moot addition anyway. Oh, he's making the Vornath. I don't know about upgrading the one that's got nothing. All right, we won't count that for $50, but we will count this one. 5 dead pools, dude. Surely there's no way. Yeah, those are some anti-air stack right there. Idle, Charlatan. A lot of good DPS there. Oh, the Nathracores. That's probably what the Skiths are for in actuality. Couple reclaimed zealots getting dealt with. There's more where that came from. The hatch is still alive. It's going to attempt to be focused down, but those Gorgs are going down real fast. Cannoli's making 14 more of them, though, so I don't think that matters too much. He's just going to fly right over all these Spraits, which... I guess it doesn't matter. He's still going to pick the Larvosks, right? That's what matters most here. Making more Naths. The problem is the Naths are never really in a good spot to intercept, and the Skither cores will help with them as well. More captaincies coming on down here for Vilius. It looks like he's kind of looking around for buildable terrain, but he doesn't want to build it in his main for some reason. I'm better, he says. Okay. I don't remember the context in the voice chat, so I can't tell you. Also, I don't think I said welcome to Sausage, so welcome, Sausage. Oh my god. I. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. The context is that Vilius is better. Yeah, I guess so. Zerg here. Oh, the Skither cores will annihilate all those Naths. Flee! Flee, Godwait! I mean, you don't have to flee with your Hydras, but definitely flee with your Naths. Wait till the right time. Oh, he's gunning for it. I'm really amazed this game is still going on. A little bit of worker harassment. Nathacor's going after the Gorgs, which definitely makes the most sense. Oh my god. Yeah, the Skiths just erased them all. There was an anti-air bust coming from Arbuz, but it wasn't quite in time to support. Well, Arbuz has recovered his worker count. He's actually second in the lobby right now. Vilius has also recovered his. Godwheat, not as much. Busy making units. Combats. 12 Gorgs and 33 Skiths. I mean, the Skiths aren't going to be too useful in the army fight, but... Oh, that was a good storm as well. Tier 2 started at the 4th base for Cannoli. Only player to secure a 4th so far. There was a Drolith down there trying to expand. It got bopped by the Trojan drop. Ooh, try hard burrow. Love to see it. Hey, how's this pool doing? Okay, it's still alive. Phew. Eight Ultra Cores coming for Cannoli. He's doing some gaming, guys. This is Cause Monarchy 2v2 right here. 20 minutes in. An outrageous game where pools died 5 times. What's up, Patrick? Welcome. Green Eggs also welcome to the chat. Yeah, there's the land path. This is it. They just don't want to use it for whatever reason. Some reclaimed Zerg units also supporting the Vilius army as he expands his gas collection. I don't know, man. The armies do look pretty good for the top team. Unless the Bactylisks can benefit. Oh, we don't have any Zoryus. There's no armor end at all here for Godwheat. I don't think he's going to be able to deal with the Olympians, guys. I'm pretty sure that the desync was the witness, but that's okay. It doesn't really matter, because as you can see, there is a big fight and a pretty big advantage. Ultra Core is done. More of them on the way. Kind of cycling around, waiting for the time. Godwheat trying to support his allies. The Charlatan Idol combo just erasing the air stack. But look, now it's being intercepted by the Ultra Cores, which are taking way longer to beat, while Vilius comes on in here and bisects the army. Charlatan Idol doing so much work onto those skiths, but I think it does not quite matter. Arbuz is very happy about annihilating the air stack, but let's just say it doesn't quite matter. The skiths come in to try to raid the worker line. Arbuz GG's in voice chat. Godwheat GG's in text chat. And that is a wrap. Ladies and gentlemen, our top team is victorious, just as Cannoli starts to add his tier 2. Wild. Well, those were some. That was a good 2v2. That was a very good 2v2. I like 2v2s, so we'll definitely enjoy more of those as time goes on. I only lost because I wasn't Terran. Yeah, Terran OP, dude. I've been telling people. I've been telling Terrans Terran OP. I've been telling Zerg OP. I actually haven't been telling anybody Zerg OP because people just think Zerg is OP. But I've been telling Terran OP. I've been telling Protoss pretty good. I don't think I've been saying Protoss OP. Okay, what else do we got here? Okay, all right. So we casted the 2v2. Where 5 pools went down. That's a big money moment. Now, it's time to cast a different match. Let's see. Yeah, when I pull them off. I don't do it too often, but sometimes I'm cleaning them. You know, gotta clean the glasses. Okay, so this one is... This one is a banger, guys. I don't know what to tell you besides buckle in. Buckle in, okay? We're going to be here a while. Here we are. This is Jimmy versus Grass Eater. It's Angel Tier Straight, which is a port of a map that has changed a few times, but I think it was Myeongmyang Straight. Anyway, it's a new map that was potentially going to be put into ASL. I think it is in ASL. So welcome. Welcome. I see P-Sense and Jujik have arrived. Welcome, guys. Thanks for tuning in. And yeah, let's see what's here, because I was told this game is really, really good. So we do have, this is Jimmy in the bottom left as the Saddle Brown Terran. And up here in the top right, we got Grass Eater as the Zinwaldite Brown Zerg, who's going pool into Kagrant. Fulcrum opener for Jimmy. If you guys haven't seen the map, we can quickly reveal it. We have the choke point here. We've got the natural here. Nice big wide ramp. Pretty much the same thing over here. Mind the tiling. Maybe we'll get that better later. Key detail here, though, is that the... Oh, yeah, that breaks the resource reveal. I forgot about that. Doesn't really matter. Key detail is that the resources here, these are like this is a good, healthy base. And then up here we have less resources, right? So only 6 resources in 6 mineral fields there. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 island bases. And I forget why there's a Charlotte in here. I think that's just because I forgot to delete that earlier. So big shout out there. All right. What's up, Smarty? Welcome. So we are going to see the first Vulture leave the building. We have 2 Zethicors, plenty Quas, another Larvos coming, but on the other side of the base. Thankfully, that Vulture was on attack move, so it picks one of the Zeths. Other Vulture is kind of hanging behind. Sometimes I like to guard the mines. The Vulture does end up sneaking in, going for a mine lay on the workers. It's actually going to pop. And that will help out quite a bit. Maybe Jimmy could have gotten like 1 worker kill here, but this is still a pretty successful run-in. Full scout, figure everything out, and cause some lost mining time and distractions. Grass Eater responded reasonably well. Could have blocked that a little bit more. In the process, though, you'll see this Zethicor actually got multiple mine detonations. So that's kind of what I was worried about with those mines being so far forward from the Vultures. But nonetheless, he actually survives with that Vulture, and he can come home and repair it. That's a pretty good start, actually. It's actually a triple Fulk opener. Jimmy just making workers. Grass Eater has been going for a little bit of a worker light start, but he has a Circuith here, so it's more of a 1-base committal play. He's going to have a pretty good economy on 1 base. And it will delay his expansion, probably delay his tech a little bit to do this. But he's just got a more, like, forward, stable position on the pool. So it looks like he's just adding more Kagra everywhere. Wants to get, like, full vision of the base, worried about drops, probably. That Vulture is being repaired. Yeah, versus pool units, Vultures have a lot of health, so repairing them is pretty valuable, and he's actually got a large number of them. Problem is, he can't really get any mine hits right now unless Grass Eater moves out, but he has secured room to get a natural up. Vultures coming back up, and the cliff advantage is going to make them a lot less efficient. You can see the Vultures are trying to skirmish a little bit, but there's way more Quas, especially way more coming. Way more Vultures also. While this is going on, neither player really spending too much, although Jimmy does end up grabbing more Vultures out of the queue at least. Not making workers, though. That's kind of a big problem right now. Oh, he actually cancels the Vultures for Cyclops, which I think is a good choice. I wasn't going to harp too much on the Vultures because at least he's using his production queues and making military. And that's often better than not at this level. His Ministry will finish it around the same time as the Hatch, so reasonable pace. And the Vornath is just now starting, maybe like 5 seconds, 10 seconds ago. One thing that you do achieve by constantly attacking the Quas, even if it means that you lose some Vultures, is you are delaying the Zerg's worker production, making them make more military, making them a little bit afraid. But if Jimmy was more on the ball with his own worker production, he would actually have a worker advantage right now. And, of course, this would eventually be overtaken. You can see 6 workers in production for the Zerg. They're going to try to saturate the natural pretty soon. But definitely still something that would give you a little bit more of an edge. And the Cyclops are out now. Only 3 of them, though, and there was good focus fire, actually, from Grass Eater to pop one of them. There you go. Still 21 left. So this is kind of what I was worried about, right? Is you force your opponent to make a lot of military, but then you got to respect the fact that they've indeed made a lot of military. Unfortunately, those Cyclops arrive a little bit too late to force the mines to pop in favor. There we go. Mines laid earlier on, definitely helping out quite a bit, reinforcing Cyclops coming in. They got to stay clear of their own mines, though. Goliath's reinforcing as well. Yeah, Quas are not going to be able to deal with that very well. Oh yeah, this is way too much. Unfortunately, Jimmy will lose the Cyclops to his own explosions, but that's okay. He did a lot of damage to the Quas. And sure, there's a lot of Zeths making a lot of Vorvs. Like, I don't think you should really keep trying to attack in this position as Jimmy. If he had more units, I would feel differently. Maybe if he gets all of those Cyclops up together, that can be a different story. But the Zeth count, the Vorv count, is going to definitely overtake this army. You can even see that Grass Eater's thinking about a flank. Instead, he's just going to descend upon them. And this is the fear, right? You got to cycle back the whole time. Going after the Zethicors is a fine job, but the Vorvs are going to slow things down. Yeah, that's way too much. So he's got to cycle back to his mines. That's where he's safest. Making an anchor, producing a lot of Vultures. Tier 2, very fast for Grass Eater, as he's only spent Vespene on the Vornath. That's the only, and Larvosks, obviously. That's all he's spent Vespene on. So I would say Grass Eater in a very comfortable position right now, because the, like, in theory, Mech is supposed to beat what Grass Eater has, but the execution was just a little bit off there. So Jimmy doesn't keep the pressure up and doesn't successfully mount an attack. He should be okay here, even though this looks very bad, because the Cyclops splash damage really does annihilate Vornath when given enough opportunity. So Grass Eater could have like run past that and made it uglier for Jimmy, but I think he might have thought that he had a more winning position there, actually. One more Mason going down to the friendly fire, and that is a wrap for that. But Jimmy is going to have to go up against the 3-base Zerg pretty soon, and of course that Tier 2 is going to pop. Kind of curious that Grass Eater is going for a fast Tier 2 when you do have access to those Apex strains. If you just go straight for the Calcure Lake, or indeed the Tethvith Swamp out of the Hydrith Den. But instead it's a Mutat Spire. Bro, how? How are you doing this? Is it going to be a mass muta play? I mean, there's a lot of money in the bank here for Grass Eater. Cyclops do deal okay with mutas if they're in anchors, but really, really bad otherwise. The muta's just annihilated. Oh, it's Sycralisks. All right, I think Grass Eater's kind of throwing a little bit. I don't know why you'd make Sicrilisks versus what Jimmy has. Especially if you expect a Palladium soon, which actually we see a Scrapyard instead. But a Palladium is, like, you just make a lot of Phalanx, and what are the Sicrilisks going to do? That was a lot of money spent on them, too, so well, let's see. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. Third base on location. Jimmy going to guard it with his units. He's got a Cestus up, and this Quasi-Attack is going to do nothing. The last little bit of vision on the ramp, or on the bridge, rather, is gone for Jimmy. But, yeah, the Tier 2 arrival is not going to be heralded quite so much. This is not all of the Sicrilisks. What is Grass doing? Grass, you goober. He's giving it a shot. He's going to try it. He's going to see what happens. You get to show off the new Sicrilisk attack, though. They are pretty tanky now. Big attack force over off to the other side gets cleared. Obviously, the Ministry gets canceled. Yeah, this is pretty bad for Jimmy. Zerg Doggies anime face. Tier 2 started for Jimmy. Again, if there's Phalanx out, like, I don't know that the Sicrilisks are going to be too useful. We see Blackjacks coming up to fruition, though. See if they can tear down these anchors. I don't know that the answer is yes. 4 Cyclops attacking without ever really going down, and the Blackjacks for support. This is definitely going to help quite a bit for Jimmy. Oh, he might not even lose many Cyclops after all that. That was really cost efficient for him. And now the... That was clever. That was very clever. I don't know why Grass Eater thinks dinosaurs are dogs. That's weird. Fuck you, dogs. Whoa. Jimmy. Language. Oh, Grass Eater. Common sense. Mavericks have been added. There's a Palladium as well, so now we can get some Phalanxes on the field. We do have some Protathalors on the way. Do you think Grass Eater's ID, Mr. Potato Man, implies feet? Because that's not how you spell potato. Ministry once again coming up. I don't know why it doesn't take this base. It's actually better. But yeah, Grass Eater is, he's got a lot of minerals, not a lot of gas. He needs to hold on to these bases, and Jimmy's made a lot of units. This does look to me like it's going to work out pretty well for the mech push. Or biomech, I guess, now. All right, Zorka Shroud on the way. Some advanced static defense structures mutating over here at the natural ramp. But the third base is going to be absolutely shellacked. The workers end up evacuating towards the natural. Can't evacuate towards 12 o'clock. That would reveal that that position has been taken. And as it currently stands, Jimmy might not actually see that, so... Maybe he'll scout it out, though. I mean, you can't really attack up the ramp right now, so... Probably be a good idea. Oh, Jimmy's gonna try it! Jimmy is going to try it, but we've got Scorchriths up. Can he overwhelm them? Tathalor's in good number. We got so many Vornath on the way. 26 Vorvercors. Good God. And it's too late now to attack 12 o'clock. Reinforcements are not going to get here in time. The one Scorchrith still at large in the back that finished mutating during the attack. And that is a wrap for Jimmy's army. He's going to have to cycle back and get the hell out of Dodge. What does he even have in production? He made tier 2. He's only making 1 captaincy and 1 guild hall out of his completed one. Army not being produced. He got multiple phalanxes, but really only a pair of them. A couple workers transferring over. This is a well enough saturated base, but you really got to watch out right about now. If Jimmy had 120 Matadors in that fight, he would have won. Yeah, that is... I think you can safely say that. Still no gas mining over here for Jimmy. I guess he's got a lot of gas in the bank already, though. Gosvoleths have been assembled by our Mr. Potato Man. I don't know why Jimmy is so upset that his undefended base is being attacked by an army that he saw earlier when he attacked. And now Protathalors are offering themselves up. Devastation. Every worker massacred. Hatcherosk reestablished. Oh, check this out. He'll finally take the low ground base, which in my opinion is easier to defend. Although this map is definitely a bit wacky. We haven't seen too many games on it. There's an autocrat out, but it can't quite steal any of the Protathalors. Zerg here. He'll look at that base at some point. Alright, now landing the third base. Okay, minerals in the natural, but the main is just about dry, so Jimmy definitely going to need to secure this. And for realsies. Wild. I like it. Like Grass Eater is super playing with his food right now. He's got all these Vornaths. He could the Vorvs and the Zeths. He could just move them right in and annihilate this position. There'd be nothing Jimmy could do about it right now. But slowly but surely, Blackjacks are being added. Olympians and Madcaps are being added, although there's a bunch over here that are not rallied over. Rally has been corrected. Starport started. I really think Jimmy needs to make more captaincies. But he also needs to replenish his mining, so one thing at a time. Resetting the fourth base. Well, that was the third base, I guess. Gosvoleths will arrive to the top left. On this map, if it were in a tournament, you would 1000% see like stuff like this be happening a lot. Like you'd need to check these islands a lot. Time for tier 3, Jimmy. Yes, apparently. Oh, a lot of phalanxes, some shamans. Okay. I actually think he's slowly massing up a pretty reasonable army that can hold out against what Grass Eater has. But Grass Eater is floating 4K minerals. So, like, we're grading on a curve here, I suppose. This is not this could be a lot harder for Jimmy. And Grass Eater is just being a bit... Hold on. Wait. Anvil! Anvil alert! Deploying some phalanx. Watch out for the back line. I guess he's got some phalanx over there as well. Really has to watch out. I mean, these Protathalors are not like... They're not really being utilized cost efficiently, but yeah, now we have nothing over here protecting the phalanx in the south. Oh, it's a massacre. Zerg does not mind trading all of these units away. He's going to go ahead and charge up the ramp. There's some Reclaimers, Autocrats trying to keep themselves alive. Oh, actually coming over here has saved the back line of phalanxes, the 3 over there. You can see Reclaimers are trying their best. Oh, one of them goes down. And it looks like the attack force has mostly been rallied. And again, now we spent down all of our minerals on Zoryus. What are you going to do with those? Okay, capping. All the islands are taken. Oh, Commandment add-on. So we are going to see the Seraph. We are going to see the Seraph. And that will be what is nuking. That's a pretty good thing on this map. Nuking with the air units, right? Yeah, Green Eggs has a good observation. Nice wall you got there. Would be a shame if somebody... Immune launch detected. It. Yeah, get those phalanxes in by the shaman. Heal him. right, all right. Yeah? Yeah, Jimmy. Take those bases. You know, 4 base to 7 base Zerg. Terran can still win from there. Not normally, but they can. Man, there's so many Zoryus. Is that really what he wants to fight this? I don't know if the answer is yes. He's going to lose so many to the Phalanxes. I like it. Grass Eater's like, I don't build air units on a map about air units. I build air workers, but that's about it. Yeah, he can't fight that. That's outrageous. Oh, Jimmy's been pushed forward, away from his Phalanxes. Phalanxes are definitely his strongest suit right now. He's got so many units they can't quite get to the bridge. And now the big fight is happening. The Taffalors are going to try to range down as much as they can, but they've got a lot on their plate. If Sikralisks were here to support the Zoryus being reclaimed all the time, that would actually help out quite a bit for Grass Eater. Now's the time for them if that's what he wants to do. But instead, he's just made mass Protathalor. And you know what? He has mostly cleared all of the reclaimed Zerg units. Problem is now his Protathalors are under attack. He needs to be focusing down those Autocrats if he can. Kind of hard to see them in here. There's 6 of them. We'll keep an eye out to see if any of them go down. Kind of taking a couple of strays. Okay, one of them goes down. Looks like there's another one loose in there somewhere, but still. Ah, here's the wall! The wall shows itself. All right, well, I think this army has been reset pretty heavily. Jimmy, you've got 4,000 minerals. What do? What do with 4,000 minerals? Oh. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. Madrigal goes down. Another Madrigal goes down. Another Madrigal goes down. Ooh, that was a good salvo of Phalanx, though. Beautiful. That's pretty much all that remains. Good saturation over here at the 4th base. And, yeah, we kind of have saturation going on over here in these island bases, but not really. 16 pairs of mutas are in the way. Morningstar is finally being armed here. Some Heracles on the way, another couple of Reclaimers, Olympians. Yeah, he definitely needs more production. Adding more captaincies, actually, so it looks like he's figured that out. One thing that I think, even if you don't open Talos the way that a lot of other players are opening Talos, I personally think... I thought the mutas were going to be for the Phalanx, by the way, but I guess the Madrigals scared Grass off or something. Anyway, I personally think that adding a quarry in the mid-game and using Taloses for constructing stuff is probably really important. Also, this back base is probably asking for drops, but... no Phalanx spot right here, anyone? Serenity round 2. All right, the mutas arrive. Not really much going on over here, though. Oh, there's a couple of Cyclops in that anchor. No, no grass. No grass. Oh, no grass. Oh. You can't kill it. The Cestus adds armor. You can't kill it. Meanwhile, slowly pushing in. Ooh, good snipe on that Autocrat. Very good. Oh my god. He's wiped the 3rd base too. This is way more impactful because the minerals here are still good. Hi. Ow! I'll make us enter on the way. Oh my god. He lost vision. Blackjack's died. Hi. Grass hasn't noticed. Grass is too busy flying mutas in. Yes! Strike at the Iris! Tathler's looking around. Kaboom! Beautiful. If he casts one Irradiate after, it might do the job. Minus Mutath. Oh no, he would need he would need a few more Irradiates, I think. Wait, just irradiate irradiate the Quaz and nuke again. 32 Vilgoricors, brother. Oh, the aura, the orange aura is Armor Rend. Since somebody was wondering about that. Yes, yes. He has assembled his ideas. He knows what must be done. Surely. No, just nuke it. Jimmy, you have it. You finished. Oh my god, he's making his Stratholeths. Guys, this is not a drill. The Stratholeths are coming. We have Morning Stars and Stratholeths. We will have nukes and plagues. Oh, the mutas are coming back, but they're getting annihilated on the way over. It's not going to be enough time. Oh, nuked. I made that sound this morning when I woke up. The Stratholeths, where are they? Help me, Dad! The Armor Rend helping out quite a bit versus the Vilgoricors. Good irradiate to zone things away as well. Here's the Stratholeths, though. The swarms! The swarms are alive! The plagues have struck! Oh my god. Oh my god, the plague, it's spreading! There's so many fields. Is it going to be enough? He's being pushed back. He didn't make any damage. He only made Vilgoricors. You can plague all you want. But if you can't kill them, then it doesn't matter. Hit him upset, Sate. I said the Potat Man is good. Yeah, maybe make more than one unit type, though, Grass. He's got so many plagues going off, but he has no actual units that can attack back there. The swarms are not helping. Meanwhile. Yeah, the plagues are outrageous right now. I think most of the Reclaimers are gone. Well, there's actually a lot of Autocrats here, never mind. Oh, he needs to swarm this one. Swarm down here. Oh my god. Another problem right now is that Grass Eater's using Swarm a lot, but he has no melee units. I don't really count the Vilgoricor. He has no Ultra Cores, he has no Zeths even. You know what I mean? That's what he needs right now. Because the ranged damage is what's going to be... Oh my god, Jimmy has his own! Oh, it's dead. It did have Plague on it, though, so... Yeah, Grass was doing a meme. GG, he calls GG! Jimmy won! Jimmy told me that game was 45 minutes long. He lied. It wasn't even 30. For that, you get no class 3, but good game. He jimmied. He did jimmy. I agree about that one. Yeah, Shop Dog. That's exactly what you say about that game. Oh my god. Zeki's asking for game. I definitely need replays of that. Oh, Newt versus Zeke. Fuck yeah, I gotta cast those games. That reminds me, we have some games between Newt and Dog that I want to cast. So I guess that's what we'll be doing next. I get really excited when I see epic gamers starting their gaming together. It will be a good time for sure. All right, lads, I'm going to go ahead and set up the overlay for our next series of games. It'll be the triumphant return of Newt, even though he's going up against Shopkeeper Dog's Protoss, so actually he's probably going to get annihilated. But a man can dream, goddammit. Oh, and these are also on Endpoint, which is a new map. It's actually an older new map. But, yeah. It'll be a good time. Dude, I love the new File Explorer, except for the bugs that it has. That's really, really nice that it's so much more responsive. Huge. Let's see, does it tell me how many files I have? I have 36. I guess this is selected, right? Yeah, 36. Okay. I think I was at 35 folders earlier, so I'm barely keeping my head above water with these replays, to be honest with you guys. Treading water right now. Not quite drowning, but treading water. Yeah, I'm using File Pilot. It's a new File Explorer. Fenris, what's up, homie? Been a hot minute. Hope you're doing well. Plagues didn't do much because he plagued the enemy army, but the Reclaimers were all autocrats. Yeah, so if you want a deeper analysis about how that game went, the Plagues came out, and I think they did a lot of damage. You could click on the backline army and see that it was mostly at no hit points, but he had nothing targeting the backline. And he had no melee that would be protected by the Swarm. He was also casting Swarm, and he only had... the only DPS that Grass had in the army was ranged. So the Swarm was protecting his enemy and his ally. Or his enemy and himself. So the front line didn't die for a very, very long amount of time. But he had nothing doing anything behind that. So when the Swarms eventually disappeared, all of the DPS went to his own front line from Jimmy's army. And all of Grass's DPS just went to Jimmy's front line. Which obviously had the Reclaimers to pad their stats. So... I think Jujic penetration is considered splash, so it does still apply inside the Carapace Swarm. I would have to go ahead and test that. Like to see that. Hope you're having a good time, man. Yeah, I don't know if it considers it a proc. If you're asking for what I would design for, I would probably say that the Apostle is targeting an enemy and shooting, so it should proc. In the same way that if an Apostle shoots an Antseal, it should proc. But I don't know what actually happens in the game. All right, I think we're just about ready to get started with our next set of games. This will be some TVPs, Newt versus Shopkeeper Dog. No idea how, like, the quality of these matches or what, but we're about to find out together. Twitch Gamba is up. Join us for that. And remember, we are looking for those donations for supporting the stream. If you want to support the games that you're seeing being cast every single weekday, well, twitch.tv/Pronogo is where the Twitch stream is. You can sub there if you want, but our donation goal is visible at streamlabs.com/Pronogo. All right, Shopkeeper Dog is in the bottom right here. He is our, I'm going to say Emerald. No, it's Mint Protoss. Newt in the top left is, of course, actually, I'm not really sure, of course. I was going to say Saddle Brown again, but this looks more like Mahogany. Mahogany Terran. There you go. I got that one right. This is cross spawns on Endpoint, a port of our point. I did this port a long time ago, and I refurbished it at some point, basically gave it an overhaul after the port was deemed a little bit too wacky. The overhaul itself may also be a little bit too wacky, but we'll take a look at the map in a bit. Indeed, indeed. As Neutron says in the Twitch chat, go Gamba. Gateway Lattice for Dog. He believes in that versus Fulcrum openers, and Newt is doing a Fulcrum opener. I think timeline-wise, these games might have been played before Newt played versus Top Ramen a lot. In fact, maybe I should message Ramen about having... the replays that Ramen did, the matches that Ramen did versus Newt, might be interesting to check out. If Newt obviously wants it. I hate tank. I wonder actually what TVT looks like in the new patch. I don't think I've seen any TVTs. Or maybe technically I did see TVT on the new patch. I think once. It was Moonhunter versus Isagiro. But maybe that was before the patch, actually. I don't know. I haven't cast out a lot of mirrors yet. We saw some ZVZ, Ziki, Cannoli, and stuff like that. But I don't think we've seen much PvP on the new update. I still have like a... I can't remember what version of the game it is, but there's like a Shambler Nebline best of 5 where they're both playing random that I want to cast at some point. Just gotta punch through all of the brand new, spanking new replays before I do that. Oh, it's an Anchor Vulture, but the Vulture is caught by the Hierophant. I don't know if Newt will be able to do too much here. Zealot is a really, really good addition to this. Makes it a lot harder to do anything about, but the stun on the Vassal and the Zealot is going to allow that to go ahead and work out just fine. Newt does have to keep his one Vulture alive, and the Zealot will go down. If the Mason doesn't go down, he can actually make a Watchdog to defend versus the Vassals here. And he is going to try to eke in the... Oh, look at that. He's doing exactly that. See, I'm so glad that Newt is back with us, man. He's I think he's a very crafty player. We'll see what he wants to do. He's a bit cheeky, plays a little bit differently than a lot of other people. You can tell he's going for an expansion. He's got 2 Goliaths back at home in case the Vassals go somewhere else. And he's just going to make this a little bit annoying. As more units pop out, it will be a lot easier for the Vultures to be held at an arm's length, even with the Anchor. Another Watchdog going down. I feel like that might be a little bit of an overkill there, but Scribe comes down just to scout clear some mines. It will do so and then die. The Goliaths are now marching across the map. So we have a cute little defensive fort over here. I do think it's really easy for Protoss to eventually mass up enough Zealots to ignore this, but we'll see what happens. Another mine gets placed. This is like a campaign scenario or something, you know what I mean? Like, this is what this reminds me of. I don't think the Warden can reach the Watchdogs from this distance. A second Anchor is coming on down. Yeah, it won't be able to. It might be able to snipe that mine if it shows itself, but probably not going to be able to do that. Third Goliath finished and might march just straight across the map. Remember, 2 Goliaths can fit in an Anchor, so that's very cool. Go, load them in. Ministry finishes up back at home. Newt with a slight worker advantage. The Vassal Bar guests are leaving the building, and he's just going to try to hold with the ground army. So this could get really, really ugly, right? He's got the 1 Goliath. He's actually going to leave the base with it. If he kept 2 Goliaths back at home, I would actually see a world where, especially with this Watchdog in the natural, he'll be okay. As of right now, I guess he's got a Watchdog in the main. Maybe he's all right, but these Goliaths leaving is not very promising, in my opinion. He's not on an attack move either, so he's not even going to catch those units coming out. Needs to start another Watchdog ASAP. He's going to try to mass repair it anyway. I guess that could work out okay, but obviously just go after the Masons in this case. So that worker advantage he had is going to be gone, and I don't think he's going to have an opportunity to bust. Still, he's going to go ahead and focus down those Barghests with the Watchdog, which is the right choice, actually. Might still be able to save this Watchdog, believe it or not. No, it will end up going down with only 2 vassals remaining. Largely unsuccessful attack from Dog, but really it just resets the worker count, right? That's all that it really achieves. At this point, Dog is definitely a little bit under the pump, and the defenses have grown. A little bit of a containment going on. The Vulture Anchor is going to push forward. Dead Vassal, unintentional. We've got 2 more coming over, but they have to fly around the area. Another Watchdog being made. I actually really think this is a clever strat from Newt. He just has to watch out about the fact that he's... Oh my god. Just about the fact that that one Mason that's building all this stuff has such low HP. If he can get a Palladium down and get some Phalanxes on board, I think that would be a good move. Probably should start dispatching those Goliaths to the other side of the map as well at this point. Frustration stage on one base is not really that uncommon in such a situation. You are being contained after all. Some artisans are being made. Yeah, Newt really doesn't care too much if, like, air units leave the base. If he's going to keep these Goliaths at home, he can be a bit more liberal with it. Adding a 3rd Watchdog at home, though. And I know he's making one more out here somewhere. Yeah. There's a lot of money that's going into this, and he's saving up gas, presumably for tier 2, but not enough mineral income just yet. He is stretching ahead in terms of worker count. The embassies are going to try to pad that a little bit. And look, the Artisan is idling over here, but there's a Watchdog that's going to be put into place. And he's not making more air units too much, right? He's got 1 Barghest, 2 Vassal. He's not actually using the production. He's going into ground production. So this Artisan won't be able to do too much here. And I guess you could put like 1 more Watchdog all the way up here to deny further gathering. I think he wants to just snipe the Mason if he can. He's just going to lose a Vassal for his troubles. And the 4 Goliaths now stomping across the map. We do have a Palladium coming. It's a little bit later than I would have liked to see earlier, but that's okay. And it looks like a 3rd base might be on the way, unless that Mason is moving out to reinforce the existing one. But I'm guessing that's going to be... Oh, no, he's actually moving across the map with it. Interesting. Yeah, I think he wants to make sure that the Artisans can't mine over here as well, but obviously the Watchdog is out of position now. So, doesn't really currently know about that. It's not a huge difference right now for Dog. He's definitely being contained. Another Watchdog over here. I know it's a lot of money that goes into this, but this is such an interesting strategy for what Shopkeeper Dog was doing to try to counter it. Mass Goliath as well, and the Palladium is done now, so maybe we'll see some Phalanx soon. Yeah, there's the Watchdog from the secondary Mason. Scribe's out here trying to clear mines. There are no mines. The Dog can either bust or not, but we'll find out pretty soon. He's got a lot of Zealots. No splash damage yet. He's hitting at a good time for that. The 1 Barghest for increased armor pen should be brought down ASAP. The Watchdogs will make it so. The Pariah not really able to get anywhere. It's a little bit of a problem. It's going to start splashing those Goliaths off to the left-hand side. And the Micro here, failing Newt a little bit, but he just doesn't have that many units consolidated. If he had Phalanx in this position, it would have been a different story. Remember, he's got almost no units back at home, so this is a position where it does look like he invested a little bit too much into the anti-air. Didn't have any mines either. That's what the Scribes were for, is to clear those in the first place. Nexus immediately put down within plain view. And we don't have that 3rd base after all for Newt, so overall, I mean, he's got a worker production advantage. He obviously has access to Palladiums, to Palladium units. He can make a lot of Phalanxes. Watchdogs are going to be leaving the building, one of them to scout, the other one to just try to stay alive and maybe rescout later, as one of them is sacrificed. The low HP Mason cleared as well. This one actually goes all the way back up to the top right. Or maybe that was part of a scout. I think that was like a 3rd Mason dispatched out at some point. Avant-garde strategy, for sure. Not something that I think Dog was ready for. But he scouts double embassy. He should know that that's the comeback mechanic Dog wants to do with the mass artisans as he puts down his Nexus. Honestly, I would like Dog to send those artisans somewhere else. But I guess it's all right. It's not the biggest of deals. Plenty of Phalanx, plenty of Goliath. Not very many Vultures, but he's starting to add a set more. He recognizes the need for such an option there. And a Scribe is coming in to scout the 3rd base. Confirms nothing at 12 o'clock. It'll move into 11 soon. Ground Army starting to leave the building. Mines are being laid out front. Gotta watch out for this side passageway. He did use it earlier. Oh! Pylon to block. Okay, I thought maybe he was going to take a Nexus there. I was like, that's bold. But instead, just taking his third base very quickly. I think Dog is in an okay position here, but if he loses those important pariah units to these phalanxes here, that's going to be a problem for him. Instead, just drops a Zealot. Now wrapping around. No Witness, despite the embassies. That's a really big set of stuns. One more goes down. Only one Zealot, so that's much easier to clear. I think we got more mines as well. Yeah, wasn't exactly catastrophic for Dog, but definitely guts his pressure a little bit. You can see mines being laid over here as this position is going to be reinforced as well. Star pad nearly complete here for Newt, adding more phalanxes, more Goliaths. We don't really see Goliaths be used too often, but they are very good versus air, of course, and I think they're serviceable versus ground. I was told I could cap gas at tier 1. Yeah, he can. He just needs to do it for the ridge. There you go. He's figured it out. Yeah, these must be way older as far as games go. Because I'm sure Newt knows about that now. Newt is currently playing versus Zeke. Maybe we'll cast a couple of those games tomorrow. I love setting up the Wardens here, just to be annoying. Watchdog guarding bottom left main. Artisans harvesting the gas at 6, and of course the gas over here at the upper right third. And call that one the 3 o'clock, I guess. 2 o'clock, something like that. And an Ancestral Archives goes down at the natural. Am I surprised Shopdog wants to go straight for the Optecton? Now, Tier 2 is already coming on the way, and we have some stockades being added, which is kind of interesting. I wonder what he wants to add there. Maybe Hurakan. But I do think that the Atlas, going for the Atlas, and specifically deciding you're going to maybe go into like Starport for Sundog, Gorgon Sundog, try to snipe the Optectons and stuff like that, can be very, very good. Failing that, maybe you go Mantles. Vulture's now coming in to harass the bottom right base, but this will trigger the attack from Dog, or the defense from Dog. Vulture's definitely getting out ahead of everybody else. They have not laid any mines to fall back to, so we do have to watch out here. This is going to be a bit of a siege. And this is the point where you want to pressure the Protoss if you can. Newt might have been a little bit more on the macro side in that last moment. He's going to set up a deep siege line. It's going to kind of interrupt his movement a little bit, unfortunately. Still no mines. Still no mines, but those pariahs are very, very low. No shields already. You can see he's trying to get those phalanxes through. These two phalanxes need to get the hell out of the way. At least this one does. Anseal here for detection as well is not bad. His Goliaths can even pressure the Artisans at 6 o'clock while he sets up this attack at the Nexus. And this is looking very good for Newt. Remember, he's got a huge worker advantage. His macro definitely paying off right now. Normally, Shopdog's macro is better than this, so I have a feeling he was maybe thrown off by the early game. He's going to end up losing all the workers over in this position, and the Artisans will go down on the rally. So very, very good victory there. The Ancestral Archives is done, but the Optecton can't quite be afforded just yet. 12 o'clock obviously delayed by that Warden. You can use the Phalanxes to clear that. Ground Army kind of out in the middle of nowhere, but Newt is definitely looking like he's in a position of power. If you told me Newt was off-racing his Protoss and this was Shopdog, I'd be like, oh, that's interesting. Shopdog's macro, his worker production looking just ever so slightly better. And, you know, Newt's not familiar with Protoss. But the fact that this is Newt already, hell yeah, brother. Welcome back to Class 1, homie. Pretty soon, I think. It's kind of satisfying when you see an older player return and still be really good. Like, I was the same way about Mystery Meat and stuff, right? Now, Newt is floating a lot of money as I'm singing his praises. And there is the Optecton Mind Tyrant combo coming out. But Shopdog can't quite wait for that. He has to engage now. The Pariahs have their attack speed buff. Goliath's falling back. Anseal immediately shellacked. Not really given too much of an option there. And the Pariahs are getting splattered, but they are also moving in on top of the Phalanxes. This looks like it should be enough to break. And then he'll still have a couple of those technical units left alive. The Pariah staying alive the whole time. Not setting up with the Vulture Mines. Reinforcements on the way, though. Another round. Very, very important here. Mind Tyrant is around. We'll see if he can maybe focus down the Optecton in short order. The cast is going to be successful, so we watch the Mind Tyrant's energy. They don't have a lot after casting, so it's a vulnerable position. Does he know to focus down the Optecton immediately? It looks like the answer is yes. The Clerics are going to start turning over, but they were forming a wall, and he's trying to shellac that. But look, the rest of the army not moving. He needs to actually actuate these Phalanxes. He could have just really pushed the issue. But it doesn't look like Dog has a way out from this position. I'm going to be honest with you guys. The Phalanxes are more than enough to overwhelm this spot. Yeah, that is going to be a wrap on the Uptecton, and the Mind Tyrant goes down summarily afterwards. We do need more units. They are coming. GG is called, and there you go. Newt takes the first game. 15 minutes on the cross-spawn position. Kind of a fast timing for that kind of thing, and very, very interesting that we see Newt find success all the way. Now, Shopdog will probably turn on his normal PvT builds, if I had to speculate, but that was still pretty cool. I think Shopdog's going to give it to him now. That's my prediction. But good job, Newt, on the first game. What we like to see. And Cleric's healing the Uptecton is a pretty good move, yeah. All right, lads, let's get into game number 2. We've got Newt in the top right. He seems to be mint this time. Yeah, he's the mint color, mint Terran. Shopdog in the top left, he is our vivid red. No, just regular red Protoss. And so we are going to see if he wants to try maybe a different sort of tactic here, as it looks like Newt is going to go for a Fulcrum Opener. Once again, our strongest Protoss has fallen. Yeah, fair enough. Gateway on the way. We are gearing up for some very exciting matches between these two players. If that first match didn't get you excited, I don't know what would. Because the containment with the anchors and the watchdogs, it looked like a polished version of a really old build from like Mystery Meat or something. Dog saying he's already better than him. Well, all right, if you say so, buddy. But you defeated Neblime and almost beat Aoud, so I don't know. He's definitely got the APM. He's been on an RTS break for a while. So coming back to us. Very cool, very cool. Second Fulcrum on the way. I do feel like overall the 2-gate opener is probably the most flexible for Protoss. I still believe in 2-gate or like 2 production, and then if you scout something that isn't going to pressure you in the early game, you just cancel and make a Nexus. And I also think that some Protoss players in some combinations, like 4-spawn maps, maybe not this one because it is so very wild. Like, it's so open, I should say, right? The construction of it is that like the natural is super open, the main is super open. The path to the ramp is super open, I should say. 2 primary entrances to your base. And which path is taken depends on which spawn configuration you're in. Very old style in that way. But on more typical 4-spawn maps, this does feel like... ooh, nice little catch there before the scout. I mean, he sees 2 vultures. He could probably assume double fulcrum. Have an anchor over here to fly it over. That's cheeky. But yeah, I think really what you're going to see out of some more risk-taking Protoss players is, oh, is that vulture going to escape? Oh my god, just barely. I thought he would have to burn a mine to get out of there. I think that you're going to see the, like, 1-gate expand builds. 4-spawn maps are a good avenue for it, generally speaking, because your opponent might take time to scout you. A bit of a gamble there. Sort of like cross-spawn Nexus first, right? I don't think you're going to see Nexus first in Cosmo, but I could be wrong. I could be proven wrong. Is he just going to elevator with the anchor? This is an even older style than the containment was. Yeah, it looks like that's what he's doing. He didn't quite get the other one out, though. There you go. Figured it out. Yeah, he's just going to elevator it. Like, anchors do act as, like, pseudo-transports in this stage of the game. He's got so many vultures. That one anchor is going to be working overtime. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of APM. Newt's got a lot of money behind this. He could go for his expansion soon, and I think his rest of his units are just going to play defense. Although they could set up for like a run-by after the fact. Dude, Dog has no idea this is happening. All right. Let's see it, boys. Suddenly, there's 7 vultures. What do you do now? Lay the mines? Yeah! Yeah, you lay the mines for the units. That was pretty big. Go after as many workers as you can now. Probably wants to like kind of clone some of the damage off of the vultures so that like only some of them are attacking. He's got enough to kill multiple scribes per volley. And definitely resetting the worker count quite a bit. Now he's going to try to cycle through, kill one more on his way out. As long as he keeps 3 alive, he can one-shot workers, laying some mines on the way to really heavily delay things as well. Well, not quite as heavy of a delay as he probably wanted. But yeah, just like that, he's going to go ahead and reset the worker count really massively. Good focusing onto the last couple vultures and, of course, the mine. And just like that, Shopdog down by 8 workers. Newt could have been building more during that as well, so I think once he gets practiced with that kind of maneuver, it'll be faster, it'll hit sooner. He'll probably make better decisions about where he lays the mines. I'd love to see, like, 3 vultures move to the scribes and start sniping them, and then the other ones are laying mines over here to try to slow them down. That would be even better. But, oh, he was like, hey, maybe we do it again. This is great. Now, it will be spotted, so I don't think Dog is going to be able to do the same thing, but, you know, 2 vultures in there. It's not too bad. The other vulture is just going to wrap over here and maybe try to hit the natural workers as the vultures take some fights over here. Yep. Yeah, this is really good from Newt. He's definitely running the table on Dog early. My only concern is whether or not he's got enough, because there's a Clarion coming. And I don't know if he's actually got enough, good stun there, to hold the military push after, right? He is making a Palladium, but his army will be pretty weak pretty soon. Yeah, down to 12 workers. This is triggering All-In's territory. He's making Goliaths. He doesn't really have any defense over here, though. 1 vulture left alive. The anchor should return home and try to bolster the defense, in my opinion. He's making 3 Goliaths. I don't think that's going to be quite enough. I think he's honestly going to need, like, Madrigals here or something. The Goliaths can be pretty good. I guess Goliath Phalanx would be fine. I was thinking about anti-air. The Goliaths will be pretty good at that. Mason actually was loaded up in there, so he scouts out what's happening. Sees the Ardent. Whether he remembers what that makes or knows what that makes now in the modern age is kind of secondary. And yeah, the anchor is returning home. Okay. Well, Dog is going to try to macro out of it, it looks like. He's going to go for a 3rd base. Not what I would have expected. I would have thought this just triggers All-In territory, but Dog doesn't think he can necessarily bust him. I think there is actually an opportunity here. The vultures are leaving the building. Have they laid their mines? Not all of them. Probably would be nice to do so. The Clarion is a detector, by the way, so that helps out as well. Vultures are going to come in here and kill even more workers. This is honestly brutal. Especially since Dog is not attacking the enemy base at the same time. Struggling to get up the ramp, but he will end up doing so, and in the process clear more and more workers. He basically killed all the workers that were active in that base, and he's going to go ahead and get the stun off on a couple other ones. Yeah, this has been a worker massacre for sure. Newt is, of course, not spending his money right now, but he's getting good value out of what he's doing. I think we're starting to get to that point where it's unwinnable for Dog in terms of an early game push, and he's just going to have to slowly catch back up with workers by mass expanding. 7 minutes, 15 workers, yeah. I was waiting for Dog to type that about himself. Maybe he can still bust, but this does look really difficult. Multiple anchors, mines. Again, he could have probably laid more mines, but way more phalanx as well. I guess if the phalanx are all concentrated in one location, it's pretty easy to overwhelm them. The Clarion will split shield damage to all targets with the little blue overlay. So... more vultures. Okay, it's really nice to see Newt playing with vultures even after unlocking more units. You know what I mean? Like, obviously they've been a harassment tool, but laying the mines in the mid-game is something that most Terrans do not do. So this string of phalanx down here is definitely going to be impactful. And there's another deep line that hasn't even been activated yet, so Dog's not even familiar with it. Another round of vultures coming in. There is a ward in here to try to fend them off, but it will take some time. This is very StarCraft 1 coded. You know, you think about this like there's a photon cannon, but the vultures still get stuff done. So they kill, what, 5 workers? You know, a lot of dead workers this game, and it's been pretty one-sided. Prostration stage starting. I think Dog is going to try to leverage his position. He's going to force Newt to actually move out and kill him. Because if Dog assembles Exodia, so to speak, for Protoss, he feels like maybe he can still just win that way. We saw that the Uptecton Mind Tyrant combo didn't really have time to actuate in the last game. And I think it's even further away now, not just by this patch, but also because of the fact that the workers are so one-sided. He's got almost double his opponent's workers, Newt does. He's adding more vultures. Going to go ahead and put a Vestry down, a Star Pad on the way with an Anseal. So I think pretty soon Newt will actually move out. He's got so many Phalanx, really, really good Phalanx count for this point in the game. Could have more if that was your whole goal, but like given everything else that's happened in this match, I think he's got a very, very powerful move. And it's going to be some time before a Pariah even shows up, let alone an Uptecton. So it doesn't really feel like he has that much to worry about. His vultures are canvassing. There is no defense over here in the extra base, which actually will be scouted, incidentally, I think, by Newt. So the workers have to evacuate here as well. Only 8 workers over here, so this wasn't like a super well developed base or anything, but definitely... It's definitely a situation where you're worried a little bit about the... like the fact that your opponent has discovered that, right? So Dog is going to have to do his best. He's adding a second prostration. His way out of this is Pariah, he thinks. But the move out is now going to come out from the Terran. Lots of Goliaths, lots of Phalanx. Targeting the natural makes sense here. It's the most worker-dense area besides the main, of course. Most worker-dense, easily accessible area. And the fact that the army is down here to try to deal with the vultures on the high ground, really, really good play from Newt as soon as he discovered that base. Goes up to the high ground, and now he just isolates it. There's not so many mines, but there's way too many Phalanxes. A lot of them not even in the deployed mode right now. Just taking care of the one Pariah that was there. And the splash damage can be focused down on the back line. I guess it doesn't even matter that it wasn't. The Zealots are all dead. The Goliath flank is humongous. GG. Newt will take a second game. All right. Well, I wonder how much of this is the map comparatively. There's a lot of interesting things that went down in that game. But I don't think anybody does anchor-related shenanigans at this point. So that's something that Dog is going to have to deal with. Really nice stuff. What's up, Milestone? Newt is a returned player. Oh, thank you, Alexander. We appreciate your support. Dude, you did 33 yesterday for the stream, and you did 33 today for coffee. What a guy. Look at this legend. We get another round, cross spawn. So, Newt in the top left as our green Terran. Shopkeeper Dog in the bottom right as our red Protoss. And cross spawns on endpoint. This mirrors the last round of play. Looks like Newt will be considering... Okay, he's going to go mech. Going for the gas. You've lost the I win button. I do thank your job. Thanks, Alexander's job. Dog going to go ahead and drop a gateway. Make Argosy, a different I win button. Okay, so Dog is going to scout top right. Newt is obviously in the cross spawn, and he is not scouting just yet. He wants to wait for his Fulcrum to progress a little bit more. We know that he likes to put down the second Fulcrum, just like all the other Terrans. I'm kind of relieved to see that a Terran is out here finding success with mech. Not because I thought mech was going to be dead or anything, just because I was, like... People were telling me that it's really hard to use, like, blackjacks or whatever now. And obviously we haven't seen them too much just yet. And I could be persuaded that blackjacks and matadors need some kind of adjustment now that they are considered, more properly a tier 1.5 unit that requires an investment from the scrapyard and all that. to be relevant because they come out online a little bit later or whatever. But I'm going to wait to see people actually try to use them. Like, I think Jimmy had some good success versus Grass, and I know that's not like a high-level game to base balance off of, but they didn't feel irrelevant. Anyway, bottom line is, I was a bit concerned with the changes to mech specifically, because Bio, you can tell Covenant already much more relevant now. Some people are using Vestry still, even Newt, to go for clerics and stuff. Whether or not it has long legs, as Dog said earlier, is another thing coming. We'll have to figure out ourselves. But it's good to see that Fulcrum builds are still good, right? They still can find success. And I know Shopdog did say in this game that Protoss are figuring out how to play versus Bio, and he did say in our chat that he's got to figure out PvT again in general. And that's fine. That's cool. So maybe it will come out that mech is not so good as an opener anymore, but as of right now, finding some success, it's nice to see. Oh my god. Not that, Alexander. I know you donate a lot, but... what do you guys think the price should be for saying something like that? For permission to say something like that, you know? Embassy finished up for Dog. We do have a Palladium very quickly here for Newt. Before, I think he waited for like 2-3 rounds. Also, I just started Gamba. Sorry, Twitch chat. Vultures diving onto the Hierophant is probably a pretty good one. You trade, what, was that 2 Vultures or 3? For the... Yeah, 2 Vultures for the Hierophant. I think you take that trade as the Terran. Because at this point, the Gateway production is going to start tapering off pretty soon, at least if we follow old trends. I really do believe that... Like, I know Protoss are doing a lot of tech builds, right? They're doing, like, double Gateway, and then they stay off of tier 1 forever, for all eternity. They never go back to tier 1. That's what seems to be the case. But I do genuinely believe that if you get enough bases, you can make 10 gateways and slam out a lot of units. Some people call that ape toss style. Hit 'em up does that sometimes, but I think that can work. And I also think you can do like 8 grand libraries once you're on 3 bases and have pretty good throughput there as well. This game looks a lot different than our last games already. Let's talk about it. The Witness is moving across the map to scout that there is no expansion for Newt, which is the first time that we've seen that for some time. He's going to expand pretty late. Nexus already finished when the Ministry goes down. There's going to be a much more military-focused push with 2 Phalanxes moving across. The Vulture Mines are going to be really important. We do have a good Gateway army because we got 4 Zealots and 4 Dracodons. The Hierophant being gone is a very good, very welcome change there for Newt. The Witness seeing 2 more Phalanxes move across. It did not see these at first ones, I don't think. Maybe the first pair was clocked. 2 Goliaths on the way afterwards. Those are going to be for anti-air if they're necessary, but we see that there's no such thing. The Phalanx creep is here, but we still don't have any mines. The Prostration Stage in the natural, that's going to force Dog to have to defend. If he does not defend now, it will be oh so over for him. And the Vulture's laying the mines. I feel like he missed his window. He had to go just then. Now it's going to be so much harder for him. His unit's getting pulled on in. Some of the Vultures are, of course, stunned by their own mines. We've seen that 1,000 times. This one Phalanx should be dead to rights. He goes after the one in the back instead, but I feel like the focus fire needs to be a little bit better for Newt. His Phalanxes need to be targeting the Striders in the back line. His Vultures can help take care of the Zealots after the fact. The tank mode ones, it's so much harder to kill, especially for the Zealots because of that armor. He's got more units coming in, the Goliaths as well, thinning the herd. Prostration Stage nearly complete. There is a Kabbalist here. No good detection just yet. No more Vultures coming either, so no more mines will come out. Oh, he can just focus down the Kabbalist, though. Did not cycle it back for the extra alpha damage. And that's a dead Zealot as well. Has he run out of units? He's got more Zealots and a Kabbalist coming. He might have to cancel the Prostration Stage. I think he's just going to let it finish. He's going to use the workers to try to fight. Maybe spread a little bit of the splash damage. GG is called. Newt is not going to give him anything. A 3rd win in a row for him. Impressive stuff from our returning Terran. Didn't think he would have so much success. Obviously, a lot of stuff is different about the patch, but I thought Shopkeeper Dog, I'm going to be honest, I thought Shop Dog would just come in here and annihilate Newt. I didn't think it would be particularly close. So, the fact that it is, we can be happy about that. We can be happy. Let's go ahead and get up our next set of Gamba, as Newt has indeed once again taken the dub off of a very delayed round of expansions. No expansion in that last game until 4 minutes, 30 seconds. At that point, I guess the Ministry did finish during the attack, but I don't know if he was using it. We were too busy watching the attack the whole time. Newt is in the bottom right, Beaster Brown, Golden Brown Terran. Shopkeeper Dog in the top left as our red Protoss. Gateway on the way. And of course we will have a Fulcrum yet again for Newt. No changes there. Really interesting how quickly these games have deviated. They've all looked very different. We'll see what this one has in store for us. The fact that you have a bit more of a delay before you can properly set up your... Oh my god. Hold the phone. Well, it's cross-spawn, so I guess if he's going to go for a star pad rush, this could be the best kind of position for it, but surely this doesn't work. Surely there's no chance this works. He's going to have no Vultures, no Mavericks. What is he even going to make? Is he going Wraith? It's a lot of Vespene to make a star pad. So I don't know what exactly he's going to be building around it. Okay, Fulcrum around it. No, that's a second star pad. What? Okay, this is a mass Wraith play, but how is he going to handle just one unit moving across? Dog doesn't scout him. Dog's like, there's no way it's cross-spawn again. It was cross-spawn 3 games out of 4. I'm going to the top right. Oh, wow, dude. Can he just not lose? Is it just that? Is he just not allowed to lose? Is that what we're dealing with here? Gonna have 2 Drax and a Hierophant. I think he'll probably have like 4 or 5 Striders by the time he scouts this. By that point, there will be like 3 Wraiths out. And by the time the units get across the map, it's gonna be way difficult. Dude, what? I said there's gambling on the Twitch channel. I didn't mean it was in the game too. What is going on here? Alright, yeah, 2 more Drax here. I mean, what does Dog even do when he scouts a Wraith? Of all things. He scouts everything. He sees all 3 star pads. Yeah. About that. Alright. We'll see if Newt can do it. We need a Matrix ASAP. Or maybe he just wants an engram. I don't know. No, it's going to be a Warden. Okay, well. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. I mean, the Wraiths by themselves are not that deadly, especially versus the Striders here. Just a couple of chance shots. Nothing too big. Wraiths start to fall back. Yeah, he can mass up a certain amount, and he can start not quite one-shotting the Dracodons, but he can get pretty close to at least... He needs to pick the Hierophant, I think, in particular. He's making the Stockade. This is going to be a Vestry add-on, I think. He's going to go for the classic, like, Shaman healing my Wraiths build. Pull in the Masons ahead of time. Yeah, I guess if he tries to set up a wall or whatever, try to battle with them. He wants to target that Hierophant, but good positioning from Dog so far. A Huracan would help out with the armor end as well, but I don't know how close that's going to be. This is so ridiculous. The Wraith count is getting pretty up there. Trying to focus down individual Drax. Mason's still trying to cycle through. I don't think this is going to work for a Newt. He's got 3 more Wraiths about to pop. Oh, they're actually a little bit out of sync from each other, so it was only 2 Wraiths popping. More Masons being pulled. Worker count going to be in favor of Dog here in a moment. Yeah, this is dangerous. Newt's definitely practicing. Oh, no. One very low Dracodon. Man, they're so low. All of them are so low. Well, not all of them, but a good number. I just don't think he's got enough, man. Stockade never finished. All right. He is mortal. He can't just make any unit and win. GG is called, and Shop Dog will take a game. That was a gimme. That was a gimme. It is like Mr. E beat his back. He's playing on a different account. Wild. Wild scenes. All right. We do have 2 more games between these 2 players to get through. It has been delivering so far. That last game was like a little bit of comic relief in the middle of the like serious movie. You know what I mean? So let's see what's behind door number 5. We've got Shopkeeper Dog in the top right. Dark Olive? Dark Olive Protoss. There you go. Newt in the bottom right. Vivid Orange. Just regular orange. Regular orange Terran. Looks like Newt won't be trying that particular strategy again. But I respect the hustle. I respect the grind. Gateway and an immediate scout. And this time, oh, poor doggy. He never scouts right the first time. 4 spawn maps are his nemesis. He times out his builds, he maths out his builds, and then he's like, shit, I got a scout. And then he can't do it anymore. Granted, that's more for during his Terran play, but still. Fulcrum on the way. Cause Monarchy is a very different beast than what a lot of people are familiar with. I recognize that. But I hope that you guys are enjoying watching some of the way that these games are developing, and we've had some very interesting matches so far. Workers will catch each other. It looks like Newt actually scouted Cross Scout immediately. That's kind of cheeky. Only 1 Fulcrum, interestingly enough. Is he going to go Fulcrum Starpad? Is that his play now? What's he doing with this? Because I would have expected a second Fulcrum to be put down by now. He's trying something different. Maybe it's like a 1 Fulc Expand type of build. I guess if his Vulture kills the Scribe before it scouts it, then he's in a good enough spot. Moving the Vulture over to the other side will actually intercept the Scribe, so this is pretty good for him. Yeah, I guess this is a 1 Fulc Expo. I don't really know what the gas is for exactly, but... Okay. On this map, it feels really hard to defend something like this, but I could be convinced that I am incorrect about that. We'll see. Gonna be a 2-volt poke up here. Just try to bypass the Dracodon, no? Thinks twice of it. Ministry on location. On location is bold, especially on a map like this. Like, when I was talking about it's difficult to defend it, I meant after it's already up. It's even more difficult, I think, to go over here and do something about it. Yeah, pretty steady worker production, though, so should be all right. Yeah, Newt's really got that that style down. He just goes mega. The worker difference here, by the way, that we already see is because of the dead scout from Dog. Killed by the Vulture. He's going to put his own Nexus down. Little does he know, the Ministry is 75% of the way there, and double Fulcrum, triple Fulcrum is going to be where he goes next. I have no idea who to trust in this position. I have no idea who I would be voting for in the Gamba. Palladium, okay. This is a very low unit count game. This kind of reminds me of the Blackjack timing, the Scrapyard timing before, where you'd make like four Vultures, sometimes only 2 Vultures, depending on how greedy you wanted to be, and then go straight into the add-on. It's kind of similar. Ardent Authority Embassy is going to be behind this expansion. I love the pylon over here. Adds a lot of safety versus like airplay and drops and stuff. Stretching ahead in workers because of that faster timing on his Ministry. I thought he would actually be up by like 1 or 2 more workers, believe it or not, but Dog's done well to keep himself in league. Good to see more Terran players join the fold. I did kind of feel like, I know that a lot of the times they're the vocal minority, but I did kind of feel like we didn't get too many of them. I don't know why exactly. All right, it's an Acantor drop. We have a Watchdog at the extremis of the base, of the natural specifically. A Star Pad is up, so we'll probably see an Antseal. Not just for detection, but for vision up cliffs and stuff. First couple Phalanxes are on their way rolling out. Keeping his money low. Newt definitely needs to start saturating the gas in his natural, I think, if he wants to afford more Phalanx. Get up a third one in the process. I think we need more gateways here for Dog. I know he likes the tier 2 chaff instead, but unless he's going to add grand libraries for Amaranths, which will take a little bit longer to produce and to get up to, I do think we need more Zealots. He does have the Cantavis. I mean, the Envoy Cantor. So, I suppose that's all right, but I don't know if I'd like it as much. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Watchdog floating over the pylon. What's up? What you got? He's allowing that scout to get in. Dog will only now move his Dracodon and Hierophant. So he'll scout the tech over here. He'll even see the Acantor pop out. But not going to see what's at the natural, right? Because it will be spotted and stopped. Prostration stage warped in, I believe, within the vision of the Watchdog. Oh, Antseal actually clears the Witness or shoves it off, so that's pretty good. Nexus at the third of the top left player, so that's at 11 o'clock. We'll see how that one works out. You can see the Antseal trying to patrol after the Witness, but it's a little bit too fast. Artisan has arrived. Vultures are out on the map, though. It's really interesting how fast Newt moves across the map once he decides to move out. He has his Vultures obviously trying to clear space and stuff. Very Starcraft 1-esque, but good mine hunting. Now that Witness might be in danger, but there's only one Goliath. It takes a lot of hits for the Goliath to kill the Witness. He could two-shot it if he had two Goliaths, and he's making another round, actually. Cantor Envoy leaving the base. Looks like that'll be a counter drop. And Dog just wants to see if he can hold as his first pariah is coming out of the prostration stage. This is a big clump of Phalanx. If the Vultures ever get mulched through, the Zealots could definitely be a big problem. Oh, no. Okay, the Envoy is going to narrowly escape with its life. The Goliaths are trying to help from the back, but not quite targeted on the right things. And as soon as the Zealots go down, you got to fall back. That doesn't look like there was great targeting. It looks like we lost one Acantor, two Dracodons in the back line there. But a couple Phalanxes more might end up going down, courtesy of the Acantor that's still alive. Definitely got to watch out there. I don't know. I mean, the tank mode Phalanxes are still very deadly, and the Acantor hasn't really been able to do much of anything here. Yeah, that's going to get dove on. I mean, as soon as the ground units are cleared, you deploy the Phalanxes and just erase this base. Workers and all. Maybe he doesn't even need to deploy. He'll lift the Ministry and let his reinforcements clear that Acantor, and that is pretty much all she wrote. Dog loses his whole natural worker line. Antseal's trying to protect the units from the Acantor, and they are doing a good job of it. And there you go, running it down. Not a single Goliath lost just yet. The Envoy returns empty-handed. Reinforcements have cleared the Acantor. GG. Another victory for Newt. Terran supremacy so far in this series. Dog has one more shot at scoring a dub. We'll see if he can do so. So this time we are not cross-spawn. A rare moment of not cross-spawn on endpoint, a port of our point. Gamba up on Twitch. We have Newt in the bottom left as the Zinwaldite Brown Terran. Shopkeeper Dog in the top left as the Glacial Protoss. I'm kind of owning with the color guessing minigames, guys. Looks like the Newt versus Zeke games are done and dusted in being played simultaneously to our stream. I'm interested in how those games went. Fulcrum start for Newt once again. It's a lattice opener for Dog. He's pulling out all the tricks now for his final chance at victory. And finally, Dog will fortuitously scout his opponent first. It's a miracle. And Newt will not scout his opponent first. All right, Protoss stonks rising. Look at this. Isn't it beautiful? It is a vassal first. We'll see how long it takes to send across the map. Gonna confuse the first vulture. It's actually adding value to the scribe attacking stuff. I would probably pull the scribe and like move it all the way up here. Just to be like, hey, maybe I'm gonna go ahead and make a gateway in your base, dude. Instead, it looks like he's sacking the scribe to delay the vulture from leaving. And then the vassal shows up. Instantly starting the watchdog. Wasn't able to scout that this was coming. Second vassal on the way. Indeed, second vassal on the way. Trying to repair the mason. Not quite able to do it. That watchdog should finish up pretty soon, though. And then, the vassal has to do something else. What I'd like to see Newt do in the future is just send his vulture across the map as soon as that happens, because very unlikely that there's like a gateway finished and with a gateway unit made already. So the vulture could have done some counter damage. Come in here and kill the worker or something. One vassal goes down. Trading a vassal for a worker, not really the end of the world there for the Protoss player. Newt still has a slight worker edge, though. And I guess he's going to have even more so, as the Nexus does go down, not blocking it. Bit of an unforced error there, but the Vulture's still able to kill the Scribe, so... Oh, he's going to do the anchor trick. Okay. He's going to elevate her. He's sending another Vulture out. Tricky player. Own expansion coming up pretty soon. He can only fit 2 vultures at a time in the anchor, so... Not really a huge surprise that he only sends 2 out. Although the third one is on the way. I guess he will elevator them in a little bit slower. Now, he's got to be very exact with this, because the gateways are finished, and so they do provide a lot of value. Watchdog here for the vassals, it looks like. That's really smart, actually. But this gateway now sees the anchor, so let's see how soon the reaction is. Oh, maybe he didn't notice the dot on the minimap? Oh, he definitely saw that. Army moving up, or... Oh, it was just a watchdog. All right, the vultures are loose. There's 2 more vultures in that anchor. Mind stuns onto the zealot, and the watchdog is here to zone away the vassals. You can't really do much with that. Anchor needs to land. Anchor might not be able to land. Vassal goes down again. Not body blocking that anchor, though. So maybe he can go after the manifolds. It's already targeting them. Good mind stuns, actually. 1 manifold goes down. Good stun. Kind of stuns himself there. Going after the Hierophant. It will go down. Good pick so far. Maybe he can grab 1 more manifold for his trouble, but it doesn't look like he wants to. He'll just see if he can get out. There's another guy on the ramp. Just to say, hey, nobody gets in or out without my approval. Ignore the anchors that flew in. Back at home, just double Goliath, the 3rd one on the way. And, the air's been dealt with. The Grand Library is finished. Atreus is on the way. Adding 3 more fulcrums all at once. So I think maybe it's safe to say Newt couldn't spend his money the way that he wanted to there. His ministry is very late. And so despite having a tied worker situation, that won't be true for very long. I don't think he actually did enough damage there to equalize. But we've seen Newt be pretty effective, even in even game positions. So even though you wouldn't necessarily call this even exactly, he's slightly behind for Terran. I won't count him out just yet. There's a lot of play left to be made. This Mason's still out over here as well. Might be able to go for a watchdog that he can lift up for another scout later. I love the craftiness. I love the craftiness. I will say that much. Ministry finishes up. Yeah, we got plenty of phalanx production available now that Palladium is finishing. Protoss army moving out, though. Man, it's going to be so epic when we also have a SCOZY out. I get to talk about all those units and nobody knows what I'm talking about. It'll be great. Like, people don't know what I'm talking about half the time anyway. But when it's a completely new race, I'll be dropping names you guys never heard of. Third base being blocked by this Mason. Mason will beat the Scribe 1-1, so can't actually face that. Yeah, bully him. Yeah, he's just moving him out of the way. So, oh, he's crafty with it. Yeah, the workers are bringing. This is unfair. That was not an honorable fight. But you know, it's a Protoss player. What do you expect? Lots of Phalanx being produced right now, trying to catch back up to where he ought to be at this point. I do think this Protoss army could potentially crack Newt's position. It's always a little bit tricky for the Protoss to know that. But Dog going to go ahead and set up his third base. We don't have a third coming for Newt just yet. And it is actually going to be Mass Grand Library. So I was saying earlier, if you just decide to make more units than the opponent has, that you can win engagements a lot easier. You're not narrowing your win condition to effective usage of individual units that are easy to itemize against, I think. Easier to specifically target. Atreus's are very, very strong. They will withstand a larger number of Phalanx shots in particular. Would love to see a witness with this army, but I don't believe we have an... Oh, the embassy is here, and it is making a witness, so we're good to go there pretty soon. And yeah, 3 Grand Libraries, Mass Atreus. I would love to see some Amaranths. I know that Dog doesn't always like his Protoss melee, unless they're pariahs. Looks like he's going to go ahead and drop a 4th base before his 3rd is even done. So that's interesting. This is starting to look a little bit more like a Starcraft 1 PvT, right? I mean, you think about all the Protoss bases compared to the Terran 2 base with tanks. 3rd is started. We do have the Vestry on the way for those healing. And I think healing is underrated, so I'm glad Newt is experimenting with it. Maybe it'll end up being fairly rated and it won't be that useful. We'll see. But Amaranths are starting to trickle in every now and then. Unitary Union is going to be the tier 3 of choice. Technically, I believe that is the cheapest, although it might be a wash. Witness dives in and sees that the 3rd base is on the way. Very well saturated natural here. Scribe gets caught on the top right, and it looks like that's going to be a canceled base. And did the Witness die? The Witness did go down, courtesy of the Ant Seal detecting. Nothing that can really be done about this for the Vultures. We need to see another Witness, though, so that he can clear the mines. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot harder for him to attack into the position. I guess there's not so many mines left over, though. A lot more Vultures where that came from. That can change very easily. Once the Unitary Union finishes, I don't know what we're going to see. I would actually really like to see Architects make a return. Not only do they have that fancy model from Delta Catamus, but they're also, in my opinion, a really, really good choice versus Mech. Particularly Mech that's trying their best to stick it out at Tier 1 for a while. So this is an interesting engagement here that's shaping up for Shopkeeper Dog. He's going to have to cycle back with his Atreuses. Only 2 Ant Seals. They will get overwhelmed relatively quickly. But as the Phalanxes deploy, what's the response, right? Atreus count is still pretty wild. A really good spread. Concave out of this world for Shopkeeper Dog. His Zealots are getting kind of caught up on some random Masons, though. Not really able to dive forward. No engagement opportunities here, but he still overwhelms the front line. And I think the Atreuses are in enough number that they will deal with the Phalanx count. This is getting a little bit less cost-efficient for the Protoss, but it might still be enough to push him over the edge. Yeah, there's no more Phalanxes on the way, only Vultures. So, you know, Newt's still technically in the game, but I really want to emphasize technically here. 6 o'clock will be crushed at the end of the day. A couple more units hemorrhaged. I don't even know. Yeah, with the Hierophant tagging it, I don't think that Ministry's getting out. So, Ministry is going to be brought down. No 3rd base. There's a Treasury up here, but that's about it. No quarry yet. Adds another Treasury. Trying to stay up here and relevant. Gonna go ahead and put down some mines. I wonder what the Watchdog is for. Maybe if his Ant Seal is around, it'll see a Witness and then shoot. Ancestral Archives. Yeah, the Unitary Union doesn't seem like it was used for much, right? He's got the 1 Unar. Wardens are here. This is a well-saturated base, only on the minerals, though. No Vespene for dog. Wonder what's up with that. And so they don't get too much. Top right already on the way. 11 o'clock being retaken, or 1 o'clock being retaken now by Shopdog. Surely he can just send the Vassal to clean that up. Yeah, Amaranth Atreus, some Asiliants on the way as well for that mid-range fight. I think once you churn through all the Vultures, the Phalanxes really don't stand much of a chance. Honestly, I think Shopdog could have just A-moved to win the game from that position, but it's all right that he didn't. Wants to make sure that he's doing the right thing, that he's crossing his T's and dotting his I's. He's adding the Ancestral Archives. Trying to get back his I win button. Transfer of workers. Well, we still have a pretty heavy saturation of workers here, even though all of these minerals are just about depleted or fully depleted. So one thing that I'm not sure Newt knows about, but when you have a depleted base like this, your worker efficiency goes down super hard. Your third worker is no longer helping you at all. So at most you want 2 workers per patch, so 14. But usually you just leave like 7 workers in that kind of situation. Another witness going down, but this choke is a lot easier to funnel, I feel like. See if we're onto something there. Another witness going down. There's no Phalanx support. It's just Goliath Cleric. Versus the Gateway army, that would probably be okay. It's trading okay versus even the Atreus count, but it's so out of whack. There's 18 of them, dude. You got 1 Phalanx. That is a wrap. It looks like Shopdog will take the game. And that is a 2-4 scoreline. One of them was a Wraith game. Maybe you just discount that, but really nice that Shopdog was able to get on the board at the end there. And doing stuff that we postulated would work out really well, right? Just massing up a lot of units. Making it so that he's got a lot of tools at his disposal. Good game. All right, so we actually ended up casting for 3 hours, which is not what I thought we would do. I thought we would cast for 2 hours or 2.5 hours. But that's just the way it goes. Sometimes you cast for a lot longer than you think. We're getting into the habit of it, getting into the rhythm of it. Very nice, very nice. So we can go ahead and toss out that. Protoss is way too strong, Ethan. What a guy. I'm feeling pretty good about the state of the matches there. I thought it was really cool to see some Endpoint. I think from what I'm feeling right now, I don't think Endpoint is a Class 1, an Empire class map. I think I'm going to go ahead and sort that into the Class 2 category. You can have a functional game on it, but I think the I'm not really satisfied with the way that the multiple paths into the quadrant, plus the open nature of those chokes, plus the exact way that the natural interacts with the ramp into the main. I don't know if it creates super good games. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe people like it more than I speculate, but I think we can safely move that over to Class 2 for now, and maybe I'll revisit it later. All in all, it was a very fun time with the casts. We had a really weird game, Jimmy versus Grass. We had some wild Alexander versus Vilius matches. Absolutely deranged start to the stream. We had that 2v2. That was very fun. And we had some Shopdog versus Newt, the triumphant return of Newt. I was very pleased to see him have good success there. So, yeah, we'll see how things go over time. Oh, I guess I have to wonder about Angel Tier Straight. Apparently the authorities don't like it. I think Angel Tier Straight is a sleeper. I want to see how that one plays out against some, like with some higher level players. What other maps did we see that are in Class 0? Monolith looked like I need more data. I can't really make heads or tails of that map just yet. It was a funny drop map where Alexander got annihilated by Ahmed Drop. I know there's some Potadea games that I still have to play, or still have to cast rather. So I guess I'll see some of that later. You play more games to feed the content machine. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some more games there between the two of you. We saw a lot of games of Quasar Quartet between Shopdog and Neblime yesterday. For some reason, I can't decide one way or the other about the map. You guys know what I mean? Like, it seemed like a functional 4-spawn map. Is it, like, I definitely wouldn't put it lower than Class 2, but would I put it in Class 1? Is it, I think we would need to, it could probably replace like a Blackwater Bastion or something. I think it's a good force spawn map. I just don't know if it's like we're getting to the point where Class 1 is very competitive, where you've got like really fun maps, even if they're a bit wacky, that create like really good games on average, right? I know, the visual update for Blackwater looks really good, so I don't know if I would want to remove it. All right, I'm just moving, I was just moving endpoint out. All right, we'll do a little bit of like a mini map review at the start of our dev session here, our dev moment. So if you like map adjustments, stick around for that. And then we're going to work on the Ogun for Terran. That's what we're going to do in our dev section today. I also said that I wanted to work on some Malkothra core development. Because I casted for 3 hours, I don't know if I'll have time for that. We'll see how it goes after the... We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes after the Ogun development. Because I got to do some modeling, and then I got to actually implement the unit. So I guess I'll start by implementing the unit as just a Mason graphic, so that we have the programming part of it done. Then we see where that goes. But yeah. Shout out to all the homies. Shout out to all the people who posted replays. I appreciate it. We're giving the content some good moves. We're showing some good content here. I like it. I like it. I will be back in about 5 minutes to do some development. See you guys then. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, ready to get some good development in. I had a little bit of a snack, and feeling pretty good. Voice okay. Voice okay. All right. I did say that we would be taking a look at the maps, so in a moment I will take a look at that. And I think we can probably minimize OBS. Yeah, sound off if you're still alive. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's see what we can do here. Just got some more replays to take a look at. I believe this was on the 10th as well. Right? 2 days ago? Up Ramen versus Newt. Yeah, it was the Marine, because he wasn't a Maverick then. The Marine saying, "Sound, is anyone still alive?" And then not the cleric, the medic back then said, what was it? There was a moment where we had the medic say, "Sound off, and if you're wounded, crawl your ass over here," something to that effect. Yeah, File Pilot has themes. I didn't really like the super dark version. It blends in a little bit too much with a lot of the other dark mode stuff, and I'm kind of just over monocolor. Oh, that's pretty neat. Well, I don't think I'll ever use anything other than details, but it's nice to know that we have, like, small icons. Ooh, that's neat. I like that. That's super useful. Thank you, Milestone. Yeah, my only gripe with the program so far is that occasionally it'll... I mean, I'm still getting used to stuff, right? Like, I'm trying to click up here. Even this is the address bar, but it doesn't look like it. So I'm clicking up here to try to drag the program around. So that's like something that just happened. So I'm getting used to stuff like that. My only actual gripe is that this area over here just keeps randomizing. So I don't know about that one. Like, I had it set up to match my Explorer, which I will show you. So we had, like, desktop, and then desktop. This separates the two drives that I have a desktop on for organizational purposes. And then, like, there's some stuff that's here that I ended up not carrying over here because it's not active anymore. Well, you'll notice, like, this ends in data, then malady, then games. And over here, it's like data, malady, games, but it's like... I don't know why this is up here, you know what I mean? It's like a different version. I did put it in the same way that it's over here, so... And sometimes it's in a different order. So I don't know what does that. That's really weird. Oh yeah, this File Explorer is super responsive. I will show you some A/B testing real quick. So if I go to... Let's go to my replays folder. So you see how long it just took to do that? But then it's like... There's one file in here, right? There's 4 files in here. Like, you see how long it takes to do that, right? So those same folders, there's no loading. It just does it. If I try to do that over here, you know what I mean? Like, this is pretty outrageous. And this is just with replays. This is just with replays. If I went to go for sounds, sometimes that can be outrageously long. Like, For whatever reason, it takes ages to preview a folder with sounds that I haven't been in recently. So if I go to like sound, and then I go to like animals. Okay, that seems to be okay. I mean, it's still taking a long time to load, but a lot of the times you would be really surprised when I go into like, let's go to, there's like sometimes where I'll load into a folder and it'll just be like, yeah, I'm going to take 8 years to open that file, open that folder. Tab can be positioned as a panel. I don't really know which one I would do for that. I guess maybe this one? Yeah, because you can do this. Yeah, so you can have like a split thing. That's pretty good. Because I always kind of need my desktop, so maybe that actually would be nice for my workflow. What is P? Oh, okay, that's just like this area. Yeah, I guess that might be nice if I needed more space for whatever. You were talking about searching for a file? Well, let's test that, because I have searched. So one thing that you will have to get used to for this kind of thing is that, like, normally, so let's go to my MPQ folder. So normally if I'm in CMDev, I'm like, I'll manually find the MPQ folder, and then I'll be like, I need to go to sound. So I'll type S, or I guess like a more common case is I got to go to, like, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So this is how I would do it normally. I'd click MPQ, I'd type R for res, I'd type S a few times to get, or I get twice to get to stat.txt, and then I'd open stat.txt, and this is how I'd be like editing strings or whatever. That's like a muscle memory I've burned into my brain by now. So it's a little bit different for here, because I can type MPQ, hit enter, I can type R, hit enter because that's res, and then I can type stat, right? And I see, and I just like type it down, right? So when you type, it filters automatically. So you're not like waiting to hit enter to search for something, and you don't have to click an area to search. That's like the default behavior is to filter for files. But that's actually really good. Character key action select typed item. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think it's probably better this way. I'm not trying to change it. I'm just acknowledging that I have some muscle memory. I think this is a superior format, a superior function, personally. I just got to get used to it. One thing I don't know about is like actually searching between the folders recursively. Yeah, the menu is over here. You can see a bunch of the settings. They got to do a lot more than that. There's got to be more customization eventually. Like, I don't want this theme really, but it's like the one that I tolerate the most. You know what I mean? But when I'm actually trying to search, let's see. There's like a. Oh, I see. So this actually shows you. And look, I have all of these PK files I need to delete. So that's actually pretty helpful because I don't want those PK files. So I just deleted a bunch of files across a bunch of things. But now I have every file in the. That is really impressive, honestly. I can do Control-E, and it will show me every file in the MPQ directory. Do you guys have any idea how ridiculous that is? There are a lot of files here. There's 4.7 thousand files. This is 4.7 thousand files. It did it instantly. There's no lag time for that. There's like 2 frames or whatever. I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. But now I can just go... I don't even need to be hitting F. I was doing Control F to find. I don't even need to be doing that. I just click over here, and then I type like... I type a folder. It shows me all like I type the name of the folder, and it showed me everything in there. It's also not like an explicit search. You could say that I typed D8. I typed everything besides the Q in DatRec, and it showed me sound Atreus because that has like the thing there, right? So yeah, this shouldn't be as impressive as it is, but it's fucking incredible, dude. Like, I want to edit a tile set file, or I want to do like let me open up Ash World, you know, shit like that. If I want to filter for something, like this is cool. That's really useful. I don't even need to click on the folders anymore. I just come into MPQ and I hit Control-E and I start typing to find the folder I need to edit. CMD icons. All right, now I can go ahead and replace this or whatever, right? I guess I would do... Can I do CMD buttons? No, okay, that doesn't work. So if I wanted to find a... if I wanted to go to a folder, I guess I could do this. I could type command buttons, and then I could click this, and I'd be in the folder. So that is still useful. But it doesn't show me the entry. I can't do that with the keyboard. I have to use the mouse there, I think, right? Or can I don't know. There's probably a keyboard shortcut for navigating to the folder. Oh, Command P, not Control P. Nope. I think you meant Control P, but it doesn't do anything. All right. Anyway, I'm done being fancy with the tech right now. I'm sure I'll keep learning it. Oh, I can scroll wheel depending on where my mouse is, and it will focus this, which is really nice. I don't have to click. Yeah, Control P doesn't do anything. Anyway, very useful. Do recommend. It has some weird bugs that I've encountered so far, but it's so much better than Windows Explorer. Holy shit. And hey, this is a... So if I do... That's pretty good, right? I can just quickly go there. I wanted to go check the Monument of Sin. The problem is, this is not a fault of the program. But now I expect every program to be that fast. And spoiler, many programs are not that fast. So anyway, very cool, very cool. All right, we were going to take a look at some maps, right? We were going to take a look at what maps we wanted to adjust. Let's go to... So let's go to Quasar Quartet. Again, hold on. Q. There you go. Also, hitting back just clears the... Keeps you... Oh, no, it doesn't seem to keep you in the same folder. I could probably hit escape. Yeah, okay, that's what I would do. Just learning. Just learning. Dog was asking a question about watch point, so I'll try to fix that later on as well. This is... Again, I'm pretty sure... I don't know what height level this is. Is this the correct height level? Okay, that is the correct height level, which is good. Yeah, I really want integration for all explorers at some point, like inside other programs. Hopefully that's a possibility. I know that's pretty difficult. But... Okay, it looks like maybe I was thinking of a different tile that we had for when I said that their tiles do exist for this. Oh, no. So you... Well, I don't know what this is, then. What is this? Oh, this is for Coastal Cliff, looks like. So that's why it can't be used elsewhere. But... I guess they want the crushed rock on the inside and the flagstones on the outside for this area. Okay, so we will need to make custom tiles for that plan. Because I was thinking, I know we have flagstones, or I know we have crushed rock that blends with basilica. So all of the flagstones here could be basilica. But I guess they want the flagstones specifically. Anyway. Also, one thing that would be nice is if Control E didn't open Explorer anymore and instead opened File Pilot, but that's not really that big of a deal. Since I generally just have the one File Pilot instance. I actually have to do, let's see. Yeah. So I feel like, let me take a look here. For 4 spawn maps that we have 6 4 spawn maps. So oh, is that what Win 1 does? Oh yeah, I guess so. So we have Atacama, which is a pretty interesting 4 spawn map that has no ramp. But because of the arc into the natural choke, or even this one that comes up here, I guess if you combine these, it's pretty attackable. But this arc right here, pretty nice. I think horizontal spawns, you'd have a lot of fights over this area. Yeah. Of course, it must be 3. Now that would just launch my browser, I guess. Oh no, it would launch Task Manager. Process Hacker, as it were. I feel like, I mean, Atacama, Battle Spectre, and yeah. So these 2 are brand new. I wouldn't really want to get rid of those. They just got pushed into the map pool, right? If we were going to add Quasar Quartet, we would need to get rid of one of these 4 maps because they're a bit on the older side. I think maybe we could get rid of Decapitation. It's a Twilight map, so it shares visuals with Quasar Quartet. I think it's a fun map, but it has definitely run its course. So maybe that's what we end up doing. Here, I'll start updating my prospective map pool changes. This. Because there's nothing that would disqualify Quasar Quartet. So I do think it's probably a good idea to figure that one out. Okay, so let's take a look at the other maps that we have in Class 0. So I think Angel Tier Straight has legs. We'll need to see it in action. I don't know any of the Shambler maps, and there are 19 of them in here, so it'll be some time before we churn through all of them. Unfortunately, when you have so many maps in the pool from the same author, it's really hard to slowly give them all the same treatment as each other, so I guess priority testing would be Potadea, and Frozen Sylphid, and maybe Rhomboid by now. I don't think Stillwater will be sticking around. I didn't bother decorating it just yet, but I also haven't seen any games on it. Maybe it's interesting. It's kind of wacky with the walled base angle. Also, I'm sure there's some pathing issues there. So the request from Dog about watch point was seeing if we could make it so that this mineral field didn't get auto-wandered to. I don't think the other one does. So maybe we convert this into a... We could convert this into a like add-on or something that blocks the terrain. Sort of like what Gen Y has. What unit is this? 190. Anything else on this map that needs to change? We got the stuff in the middle of the map that's kind of neat to reveal. I guess we would need a revealer on those as well. They won't reveal themselves. Oh, I guess I could just Fog of War reveal them, actually. We'll quickly test to make sure that we are not still wandering from that point onward. Which map were you talking about? Workers tend to mine the minerals, they block the net. Yeah. Dog was just talking, or Shopkeeper Dog was just talking about that. Sorry, Dog Live. That might have been confusing that I kept saying dog and not being more specific. Double dog. All right. So the Biotic Bastion is there. I don't think they're ever going to wander to this point. Like, we're oversaturated already. So let's try again. Yep. So it looks like that fixed it. I mean, it's a Biotic Bastion instead of a mineral field. I think I should change it to a cheap, an add-on that is easier to destroy. That's a pretty hard to destroy one. Either that or set its HP to, like... Oh yeah, I guess I can't do that anymore. We should do... Yeah, vestries are a bit more snipeable. I guess... Because Terrans could repair any structure. That's a little bit wacky. Yeah, so maybe we just do the vestry angle. So. Genesis Y had it. Oh no, you're thinking of Muspelheim. Yeah, Veek infested it, and I know Jack Yelansky infested it at some point. So wait, Chop Dog, you were talking about watch point about the 50-50? Pretty tight and can be hard to navigate. Yeah, I think this area, right? Yeah, I don't think what I just changed about it will make it that much different, but... It's a good thing that endpoint made it to class 2, because if watchpoint makes it to class 1, then we won't have 2 maps that end in point. And that will be a good thing. So we'll say for priority testing, Angel tier straight. Potadea. I know there's some Potadea games, but I'll throw it in there again. Actually, how many Potadea games do I have? So... Oh, all of the games Dog vs. Cannoli were that. Okay. Oh yeah, it's Control Tab and Control Shift Tab to go through. Thank you, Cauldron Ghost. It is going quite well so far. 3 hours of casting. That's 3. I need more water. I hope your day is going well as well. Whoa. Tissue's getting too excited, apparently. Yeah, I feel like, Angel tier straight, Potadea, and... Oh. Well, I guess I could say Watchpoint, right? Like, I think that's a fair thing to put up there. What other maps have been waiting a bit? Pretty soon I'm going to have to ask Shambler which maps he wants priority testing on, because I'm going in, like, order of when they were added. Also, I think these non-standard maps, like, these are all the really tiny maps from Biddy. These should probably just be put in their own category, right? Like, I don't really know where we would put them, though, is the problem. Because they don't really fit in a class, per se. Because you can't call them micro maps, because they're not about microing your units. They're just really compact. Sure. I guess we'll do that. But I don't know, there's probably a better term for it. I'm just thinking of something that would sort alphabetically into this area. Better. Ninja tier, Potadea, Watchpoint. Also. Frozen Sylphid. And Rhomboid. That covers the maps that Hit 'em Up bountied or donated towards that were ports of StarCraft 1 maps. Okay, so far we only have one map going in, one map coming out for Class 1, which is Quasar Quartet replacing Decapitation. Endpoint push to Class 2. Okay. I'm going to unpin the previous round. And I'm going to pin the new one. So that's in maps if people want information about stuff like that. Okay. All right, so we've done our little map update. Very nice. Time to move on to the Ogun. For this, I will need some background. Okay, so we are going to jump into our dev folder, and I think, yeah, we're just going to do units. I know I made an entry for it, but I haven't actually started on it just yet. Images, sprites. So I'm going to make an entry for that guy. I was working on the cannibal model yesterday. I think besides making some more changes to the mesh and making material changes, it should be good enough for a factional unit. Oh yeah, of course we have to do... Okay. So I copy-pasted the... I'm going to actually copy-paste the Matador as opposed to the Mason. Yeah, I have not been listening to that on repeat because I mean, I could. It wouldn't be bad. It's just hooked up this way because otherwise I'll get copyright claimed. Oh, pretty close stats to the tank mode Matador. That's pretty interesting. Alright, no subunit. No worker flag. That's important. I am going to borrow the... I'm definitely going to borrow the... what do you call it? Oh, I guess there's no attack on this guy, huh? Is there a ground unit with no attack? I guess the Shaman would be one. That's 10. Nothing with indicator. It's 10 as well. All right. The Matador is going to be the model that I kipesh into the Ogun. I don't think it's actually going to take too long to do, so I am optimistic about that, but we will see, of course. Oh, I just remembered. I was considering some balance adjustments for the Anseal. I kind of want to drop the Anseal's vision range a little bit, but I am a bit concerned about that. So they have... Well, they do have 10 vision range. Shaman only has 8. Think about this. Wraith has 6. Valkyrie has 8. I think if the Anseal had 8 vision range instead of 10... Let's compare that to the Witness real quick. Because I think the Witness has... Oh, the Witness only has 8? Is that true? That can't be true. Witness has 9. Anseal has 10. I think the Anseal having 8 sight range, it's a big cut to its detection part, but I think that makes for more push and pull on where you position it. So that's kind of where I'm thinking. I understand why the Witness doesn't have a ridiculously high vision range. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I was trying to copy the link. Vision range 10-8. Yeah. Unfortunately, Green Eggs, the reason why it has... The reason... It makes Eidolons... Sure, I understand the idea that you want to, like, counter Eidolons to some degree, right? But Eidolons since have dropped 1 weapon range. The other thing that's worth pointing out is that it really just guts the ability for Protoss to have Witnesses. So I think this change will force Anseals to be a little bit more exploratory. And I also think that it brings it in line with the vision range of the deployed Shaman, if that's actually true. As we just saw the... Yeah, okay, that is true. As we just saw, the vision range of the Witness is incorrectly displayed. Also, they have 40 shields now, so that's another wrong about. Yeah, I think so. Some people believe that Eidolons are impossible to make in an interesting and fun unit. I have a couple of ideas. Civilius just wants the Witness to see the whole map. Yeah. Okay. This is 40. 25. Time cost is only 30. 40, 49. Yeah, okay. Alright, so I haven't actually synced that the Anseal has less vision range now. I will do so when I am pushing this update later with the Ogun. Yeah, that thread's been around for a little bit. Let me quickly take one more map-related investigation. So we have 17 maps. I'm sure eventually I'll be interested enough in the extra missiles ideas to implement them myself organically, but I might leave that under bounty territory for a little bit, because the tech stack of implementing multiple missiles and then figuring out how you paint them all is... I can imagine, like, Nuke Strike becomes a sub-menu and then you select which one you want to paint. It's a little bit of an extra click for people who are just using the one nuke missile type. I don't know how we would search for, like it's just not, it's not something that's supported out of the box, so it requires us to do a lot of work. That's like the main thing that I'm thinking about. So that's probably a bounty territory for a bit. But I do like the idea and want it to be there. It's just dev time is finite. Yep, exactly. All right, so we have the Ogun here that we're trying to implement. Let's see if we can continue making some progress on that front. So let's see. Go here, go here. Okay. So I feel like as we plug in these image definitions, one of the main things we definitely want to do here is this. Okay. Now for Flingy, it's 575, 576, 577. Did we already plug that in? Okay. Oh, one thing I just remembered is that I have to tweak something about the... yeah, The autocort needs basic commands hooked up, you know what I mean? It didn't have like patrol and hold position and stuff, so I had to do that real quick. Let's go to units, autocort. I believe 494 is the first Ogun, right? And that's the one that's trained. Go ahead and do this. Okay, this is 494 for the Ogun, and 49... Was it 7 or 6? 497 for Smithy. Very good, very good. Let's find the Talos button. It's for the Ogun. No. I saw what you did. You are not getting an attacking Talos like that, son. No way. Alright, we do something like this as that is 1228. Yeah, there's a lot of Taluses, dude. I thought about giving Taluses an anti-air attack a while ago, but I'm glad that I didn't in retrospect, because there's so many of them now. Okay. Alright, so we have the button on the Treasury. We also need to add the button on the Ministry. Go. I guess technically it's supposed to be Ogun before Talos. I'll just screw up everybody's muscle memory. They'll start making Oguns by mistake. Part of my master plan, like when I added the Valkyrie and everybody made it instead of Anseals for a while. That reminds me of when I was still using Mixer at the time, right? And Mixer has this had this really cool thing that you could do where you had a soundboard that people could pay like essentially the equivalent of channel points to activate. It was a really fun time back then. And honestly, it was pretty good. I really liked it. I think if you had a really, really big stream, it would turn into Artosis pretty quickly. But at my level of streaming, and even at my current level of streaming, where I have like probably on average like 20 concurrent viewers between the platforms or whatever, much higher when I'm casting, but when I'm just developing and stuff, I think stuff like that would still work out pretty well. It's a good way to drive interactivity, have people gambling Twitch points so that they can fucking spam buttons on the soundboard or whatever. I'd have to design it in a way that wasn't going to get abused. But anyway, I had the cost of the yes sound effect lower than the cost of the no sound effect. And Veek pointed that out and said, you really know how to get your audience to agree with you. Because they say yes, but they could say yes more times than they could say no. It's really silly. Yeah. Pretty epic. All right, I won't do that actually for the Ogun. I'll just change the order here. It's cool that Blood Tithe is back. I don't think people really notice it. It's not much healing. But I think it's a good addition. Good return. Real ones know. Okay. We got to do Siege. All right, so this is for weapon fire. That's whatever. That's the unit ID definition. Checked these two already. Has manual weapon fire doesn't apply. Sprite ID doesn't really apply. Yeah, that's whatever. Sound effects. Oh, that's for requirements. Okay, so this is unit response stuff, which is, we can add an entry for it, but for it to have unit responses, but that's not actually that important. Speed is whatever, new requirements. Sure, add the Talos entry. I guess that's it for Siege Mode. I just had it as an API func. That's pretty nice. Okay, so let's close that entry or that file right now. We will be able to start adding the graphics. Yeah, I think we've basically done the programming and the what do you call it? type. Oh. Don't really like that. Mighty Morphin Escozy. Nuclear missile niche. I guess like the comparison would be So I guess the comparison would be like for other cases, you would want to have the so what we would want is we were talking about something that the Escozy would get that like is comparable to like the Xenolith recall or the because like nuclear missile stuff is niche. I guess it's not really like Xenolith recall is more like a superpower on the map that like lets you do stuff. But it's like a area control or area denial thing is sort of like how I think about it. That takes some setup and takes some process. I'm not really sure what the Zerg equivalent would be, but I guess it's kind of like Nidus. Nidus is more like unit movement similar to the Xenolith, but it like takes time to set up and all that. I'm going to quickly take a look at seeing if I can fix up the rendering here, because it's going to take it. It's an update. We haven't actually done this one. Oh, player color mask. Oh, if only Solstice was here. Oh, that's not it. Okay, it does look like this is actually it. Okay, so apparently we have something approaching what we have for the more upper ones. Debug mode just gives you resources. CWAL stands for can't wait any longer. I don't know the origin of the memes or whatever that Blizzard was on when they did that, but yeah, that's its own thing. So I believe here we now need to go to the world lighting and set the color to max white with a strength of 1. And that might be everything that we need to do, but I'm sure we have to do like lighting configuration and stuff. So we can delete the turret. We don't need any of the turret stuff. And we can delete muzzle flash. We don't need any of that. .3D models? Yeah, this is how we make our custom graphics. I gotta pour more water. Oh. Yeah, I can't wait for Starcraft any longer. Cosmonarchy 2, bro. All right, lads. A proposition for you. How long have we been going? We're just past the 4-hour mark. Good luck versus Newt Villius. We just passed the 4-hour mark, so I would like to go for longer than an hour because it will take me probably about that time to fully implement the Ogun and do a couple of other odds and ends. Higher than 1%? Yeah. I mean, he's a really good player, but practicing against him, just try to match his worker production. Give yourself that kind of goal. It's always nice to win, but give yourself the goal of, like, matching his worker production, maybe trying to mirror his style a little bit, maybe play a little bit more on the defensive so that you can do that. Let him come to you kind of thing. It's TVT, right? So it's an easier game for the defender sometimes. More comeback potential than in the other matchups. So I would try that kind of thing. That's my advice for you. But, yeah. I'll say that since we haven't met our goal yet today, we haven't gotten any donations in yet today. I mean, we got Alexander's $33 in for the coffee, which is nice, but we haven't got any stream donations in yet today. If we get some stream donations in today, depending on how many we get, depending on how much they are, we will extend the stream past the 5-hour mark. That's my proposition for you guys today. Because I have the ability to, I have the time to, and the desire to. So, PSA is up. There you go. Okay, so we need to... we need to figure out where the chassis is. Alright, our collection is Ogun. Oh, we don't need Shadowcatcher on the main ones, I don't believe. Let's quickly jump into here and compare that render output here. Yeah, Shadowcatcher is there. Render angles, frame range, etc. LOB data is whatever. We don't really care about that right now. Madrigals in their mobile mode, very good versus Wraith stacks. Definitely try those. You can wipe out a lot of them. Cyprians are pretty good too, though. Honestly, you might not even need the Madrigals if you just go bio. So it looks like I legit just disabled manually the ray visibility for the base when I was ready to render out the turret, which is so inefficient. This is a very old model, so I guess it kind of makes sense. But yeah, I was definitely not expecting that to be something that I did. Yes, Savants are like more of an attacking force in that context. Cyprians would be more on the defense. Okay, that actually does seem to be working appropriately, so we can go with this. I just outright deleted the turret, which might not have been the best move, but that's okay. We'll figure that out later. Okay, so we've identified a lot of that stuff. I think what we're gonna do first and foremost, probably gonna append some other stuff there. So we can save what we've done. Oh, we are going to want to append the rotator here. I think the rotator is pretty different. Also, I was pretty sure that the if we go to the Arhan, which we did successfully render recently, I haven't actually successfully rendered the Cyprian one yet, or the Cannibal as it is now, but I'm pretty sure. I thought that there was an empty that everything was parented to. That's kind of interesting that it isn't the case. I guess maybe the camera is fine. There's only a key light. Okay, so I think we probably want to delete these lights, and then we probably want to append. If we go into the Arhan and go to light. What does the Arhan even have for scene light? Oh, it's something called. It's just literally called scene light. It's not visible in here though. I wonder why. Oh, it's called sun. Okay. Light, sun. Okay. Oh, yeah, this is the rotator or the thing I was talking about. Also has the camera on it. Oh, but it's just called scene camera access, I think. Probably just do that. Okay. Huh. Well, we touched the scene light. There you go, milestone. Oh, what is this? Oh, there's more objects in here that need to be shown, of course. Okay. Yeah, he's really, really good at keeping his workers producing. Like, kind of wild. Okay, we are symmetrized, which is nice. So. We're probably going to need to do some changes to the exterior silhouette to set it apart from the Matador, but also we'll have different materials, so that will help out. I'm glad you think it was quick. I'm not sure I can agree with that myself. I also don't know if I'm... Oh, I guess we probably don't have auto merge on. No, it's not going to count from that because it's not coming from that. It's coming from here. We did have auto merge. It was just a really low threshold. Okay, before we go much further, I think we should go ahead and grab our materials that we want to add. Yeah, Alexander, if I leave it for too long, that definitely comes into play. Oh yeah, that's right. It was a Hikaton unit that I just pulled from. So this base steel color is going to be going to be a different color. So we got to change that up a little bit. It's a deeper blue than normal, but maybe we'll play around with it and see how it is. I wish there was a quicker way to do this, and maybe there is. So maybe I should say I wish I knew a quicker way to do this. It already kind of looks like something, believe it or not. Ah, there you go. Thank you. Polygon limited these models. I would prefer that they didn't take ages to load and render and all that. Yeah, Cyprians to counter. That sounds about right to me, too. Now, does a change here reflect elsewhere? No, it does not. Okay, so we're going to need to edit these in around the same way. Let's do... Okay. I'm going to repeat those changes here. So these are going to be like little pieces that stick out a little bit, right, for clearances. But they will also add to the silhouette a little bit. And the other thing that they will do is functionally, when the thing like pushes out, as it does, like so, you see how it like attaches, right? Like they stick out, so... That's kind of what we're looking for there, is like changing up stuff like that. A little bit easier. Yeah, the normals are not going to be happy with that one, but that's all right. I definitely wish that my older models had more mirroring. I kind of just decided, all right, I'm done. Break all the modifiers. Don't need them anymore. I believe they call that hubris. All right, so we got rid of like the really long parts, right? They still look kind of messed up, but it's a little bit better. Okay. The first blenders. That feels like an that does feel like an expected thing, doesn't it? Oh, I guess I shouldn't really bother with that. Instead, oh, this is a separate mesh. That's why it's doing really funny things. I was eyeballing that admittedly, but I think that's fine. Okay. That does feel like it's a little cockpit area thing, right? But probably a bit small. So maybe we can just call it a camera or something. I don't know why the yellow steel is a different color on depending on the mesh. That's weird. Hey, that's progress, Phileas. Army movement's a different skill, right? So, kind of makes sense there. Oh, I did player color. That would be why it's not the yellow that I thought it would be. There you go. That's a bit garish, but you never know. Might look kind of neat. I do think we need a different color for the shading, though. The steel. This one. Steel new. Oh, I guess we could use Steel Shiny for this too if we wanted a little bit more of a classic look. Yeah, that's probably a little bit better for that sort of thing. Yeah, I probably need to dial in that troublesome blue steel a little bit more, honestly. It's got to be just a touch grayer. It'll still have different properties since it won't be as reflective as the shiny ones, but... Okay, I see what we probably need to do now then. Let's go ahead and... Okay, let's try it. I wasn't editing the right one. Pranked. Absolutely pranked. The fuck? What happened to my big thing? Oh. It's still there. Okay. Crisis averted. GG's Villius. I'll see you next time, Vilius. Thanks for gaming. Okay, I think that should be good to have a little bit of an animation during the servos. Let's see if we can't... Let's see. I have to go and check. I think what we did was we just rendered it to one graphic, actually. Thinking about it. I don't think we actually bothered with the different graphic entries or whatever. I think we just have, like, Matador and Matador Turret. So we actually only need Ogun and Ogun Shadow, I think. We can erase these entries. Because they'll just all use the same graphic. We probably didn't do enough silhouette changing here exactly, but we can always tweak that part later. So let's see if our render is going to work out properly. Our frame range is 0 through 19. All right, it's going to take a moment to render this bad boy out, I think. During that time, I will poke around with the cannibal a little bit. Let me also quickly take a look here. Yeah, we only have the camera in here. We can delete this light and then show the shadow catcher. Move it down a bit. And then we want to append the scene light from the Arhan blend. And I think that would do it all. Not entirely sure. I mean, I'm not really entirely sure that we've done correctly for the Ogun in the first place, so we gotta check that. Is this a drone or a piloted vehicle? I would like for it to seem like a piloted vehicle. It's going to be bigger than the, like the Mason by a fair amount, I think. Take a look and see how we did. Oh, it's one of those moves. I forget how we fixed this, where it only shows the first frame. Alright, let's try to compare to the Ogun. I mean the Arhan. So, we have the armature here. Which, whatever. Armature has everything else. But the armature itself... Oh, I see. Here's here as well. All right, we gotta try and crack this code. One problem is that the armature... I don't know if the armature even has the animation associated with it. If we just delete this, does something different happen? No. Okay. So this is one of those cases where we don't actually need the armature for anything. Some things are indeed parented. See if Solstice has any ideas, because comparing it to the Arhound doesn't really tell me much. It doesn't look like you even need this to be parented to the empty, and it still works fine, so... Cool, we get Zeke Newt replays soon. Hey, what's up, Solstice? Alright, so I got this guy over here. It's trying to upgrade the Matador port, or the Matador project. And rather than just do the upgrade for the Matador, I decided to just start working on the Ogun model. So I've got a version that I would like to test. However, when I... as you can see, I've rendered out the south-facing frame first and then nothing. So I don't remember what the issue with that case was. I also don't really know what all I got here. Or, like, I guess I could try... I don't even see an empty in this blend. But I didn't see one in a couple of the Blender files. Like, if I go back to here... collection in the outliner, over here. Yeah, there's no empty here. There is an empty here, so I guess I need to... do that. GG's, Green Eggs. I'll see you later. Maybe now it will work. Give it a shot. I don't ever have to select that empty for anything it doesn't look like, so yeah, hopefully that does resolve it. Hey, okay. Sorry for bugging you about that, because apparently the solution was pretty easy. That's fine. Alright, that should do for now. Alright, thank you. Sorry for the, I ended up fixing it with your direction as to where to go, so thank you for that. Frank. Good luck with your Protoss models as well. That's looking pretty nice. Very cool. At some point I need to change up the animations for the cannibal because it's supposed to be a much more nimble unit. like it's supposed to run. So I'm going to have to make the walk cycle more exaggerated. All right. All right. The shadow always takes the longest, I've noticed. Okay. We'll call the Ogun developed. Go ahead and start. Oh, I hit output BMP instead of output GRPs. Fraud. Is there anything? Oh, iScript, of course. Let's do some iScripting. I've got the cannibal down here. I can... Oh, we should actually implement the cannibals statistically, since I decided to bundle it in with what I was doing anyway. So this is raiding infantry. I see we have... Oh. Yeah. All right, so we have... 75, 25, 20 seconds. Maybe we mirror the buff that we gave the Cyprian time cost-wise, so that it's 18, just like the Cyprian. 65-1, but it has that HP increase thing. All right, 755 for training. 496, I think, is the unit ID we're working with here. Yep. Okay, Cannibal says, let's see here, 755 is what we got there. We're gonna have to implement the string for the reintegration passive. The cops are after me. I'm modding too much. All right, we just barely managed to implement the string for that. And I don't know what icon that is, so I have to load up the Animal passive entry here, 671. Okay. Button sets. Cool. That's going to be an interesting unit. GG's, Alexander. Let's make sure that our cannibal graphic also got implemented after I mark the weapon as properly added. Cannibal itself be marked as implemented, although I'll have to make a custom icon for it in a bit. Done with this. What else do we have? Okay, I think now back to the Ogun here. We don't have string data for the smithy servos, unfortunately. Oh, that's really bad. I don't know how we can possibly squeeze in more. Let's think about that. I'm trying to find out where there was instructions on where to find the files if you couldn't, if they weren't being auto-saved, and it seems like Newt is having a trouble with that. All right. So, cool. That kind of the upstart coloration makes them look a little bit zombified. They definitely need more changes to the to be like a reasonable, different looking unit in my opinion. But idle pose changes would also help a lot. Make an icon for this guy real quick. Make an icon for the Ogun. 32 by 27 is our file, our image size. .25 width. Okay, so we've got our changes done there. Okay. So for unit icons, we know we're looking at 494. Oh, I guess one thing we probably want to do, actually, grab a frame. We probably want to make a quick icon for the deployed version. That'll be used for the command card for the Ogun. I'm guessing it'll be pretty similar. 24 height, actually a little bit less than before. It's a very wide boy when deployed at this angle. Smithy, and we're gonna go ahead and do this. Okay. 494 for the tank. We'll say unit icons 494. Six. Seven. All right. That means for Cannibal, we are looking at 496 plus 12, so 498, 508. For Ogun Smithy, we're looking at 509. 496, 506. Okay. So do CMD icons 0815. CMD icons. We won't have wireframes just yet. I guess I can use the like Matador wireframe and the Cyprian. I can use the Cyprian wireframe for the Cannibal, even for the new foreseeable future, because it's too similar to be noticeable. All right, I think we've made some pretty good progress on the Ogun itself. We haven't programmed in the automatic repair thing for the smithy, so we'll have to do that still. But on my internal build, the Ogun and the Cannibal are up and running. The Cannibal passive needs to be implemented too, though. So I'll probably hold off on actually updating the yeah, I think it's that. And then we have Ogun repair mode, which will be 817. Like this part is implemented, so yeah, we'll probably see that later tonight if I have time to. Gonna go take a walk and stuff, stretch my legs after doing all that work. I thank everybody for tuning in today. We had some really good progress on the Ogun and also collateral implementation of the Cannibal. And I think we're going to start doing some more programming-oriented tasks tomorrow. So GG's, we'll be back then. Peace.